everybody. Welcome back to Guapoville. How's about we get back into space once again? Last week we did Babylon 5. This week, this blank piece gonna be turned into Battlestar Galactica. Yep, so we're doing that. So say we all. I'm gonna get this thing out of the way here. I got my pencil ready to go here. Now, the reference sort of in the lower left-hand corner is kind of what I'm going to be doing. I have a bunch of different ones just to make sure we kind of get as close to what BSG is supposed to really look like here. I'll see if we can get those other, I almost said Star Furies because I was looking at that Battlestar Galactica image, but no, the Vipers down there. We'll try and get some of them down in the corner over here. So we're just going to get this rolling here, underway. Okay, that. The spine. Hey there, Camden. How you doing? So yeah, Cam. Oh, let me move this up here. So I don't know. Can you still hear me here? Okay, it looks like I still got my mic. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Also, there you go. So now that was done with just really junky pictures from years ago. So I'm gonna try and obviously take purpose-built pictures and with the intention of actually using them to animate and stuff. So I think that will make a big difference. So great to see you there, Camda. I can't. That I think I may have just basically stumbled on how to actually do that kind of thing because I have tried to see. I mean, I basically every tutorial I could find. And on a scale of 1 to 10, I would rank all of those, if you were to give like the combined score, like everybody's points added together, it would be a negative 855,000, which actually is being a little generous. Yeah, those tutorials, I would say that they were mostly worthless, but that's actually, that again, that's giving a little bit too much credit. Yeah, they were less than worthless. So Cam, I'm glad that you liked B5. And again, right, people they just tend to that first season not like that first season. It really does set the stage for everything. So I'm glad that you were able to see it and actually get some enjoyment out of that. So yeah, I just and the fun thing, Cam, is that you will hear, as the show moves along, you're gonna hear things, and you're gonna go, wait a minute. I remember that they wait a minute this they talked about this that sort of thing. That is really what I like about it, is that they really try to again, it's not just like alien of the week sort of thing. So it's I'm hoping that you're going to continue to have a lot of fun with that. Well, I'm glad that you were able to find a way there, Camda. Again, yeah, geez, I don't even know if I can watch it on Amazon here because, well, last time I saw it on Amazon was 3, 4 years ago. So I have no idea if it's still even on Amazon or anything like that. But thanks for being here, Camda. I don't know if you have to be driving back home or if you're driving to work or whatever. Appreciate you being here, of course. Yeah, and Armored Wolf, just now, was that something that literally just happened? Because again, I'm sorry, my brain is so spacey because basically, pretty much haven't slept the last 2 days. Actually, more like the last three. So if I'm sleep streaming Camda, you'll know why. So yeah, if all of a sudden the pencil just goes right across the piece of paper or something like that, well, then you'll know what's going on. Let's see. Well, hopefully that. Okay, so it went pretty well, and well, obviously say hello for me, and and say that we want that to heal up real fast, real fast. So Armored Wolf, it's just, I mean, what's really weird is that injury. You would think it would be like an elbow or a shoulder or a hand or something like that that would either hit something on the way down, or you would, you kind of twist something, right? You're trying to keep yourself from falling, but apparently that's not the case. I wonders. Let me move this forward a little smidge more, maybe. All right, let me move my one reference here. 1 second. Okay, I think. Let me also move this one now. So I got them. Yeah, okay, I think that's gonna be better. Nice to see you there, Valfera. Actually, Velfira, boy, I actually looked on My Mini Factory and Cults 3D. I found a couple of free files. I have no idea if they're any good, Velfira. I downloaded them. Obviously, I'll try to maybe print those tomorrow. But I think I found a Viper and I don't even remember if it was original BSG or if it's obviously this BSG. I don't remember which one it was. But Valfira, I think I finally cracked the code on Skyreels or Skynet. Yes, I have accessed Skynet. I have now accessed Skynet. Look at that. Now hopefully people can still hear me when I'm doing that. But that is kind of the first, finally, the first stage to maybe being able to do these videos that I want to do. Actually, Valfira, you don't have to. Well, I'm still going to try and take a lot of pictures, Velfer, even though whatchamacallit only lets you do 20. I'm still going to do as many pictures as I can because maybe I can. Well, now that I seem to have this other magical thing here, maybe I'll be able to actually do some. Oh, look, hey, here's the shopping mall over here. Yeah, that's right. That's the shopping mall over on that side. I mean, I know they were kind of busy and all that, but you would think they would have tried to, I don't know, maybe activate the other nacelle there. Sectorix, it's getting closer. Now, I haven't tried to do any of the lip sync stuff, Sectorix, or the voice stuff. Believe me, what it took just to get to this point, as far as cracking the code, I mean, I'll take the win here for right now. Sectorix, I did. I've found somebody that was doing, of course, like I was just saying, all these tutorials on YouTube are absolutely garbage. But somebody they did have a Mid-Journey thing. It seems like you basically have to at least do the $10 thing, Sectorix, to be able to do anything with it. So yeah, as far as I could see, there's nothing I could do just like to try it out for free and then do the thing. So that's not something I'm going to be fooling around with right now. But unless I'm missing something, yeah, I could not find any way to actually be able to do anything for free on it. Again, that's very possible. I could be missing something. There's just so many new things to try and figure out here all at once. Yeah, Sectorix, and Sectorix, this thing here, this was just with 4 images that I took years ago. never intending him to use for this, right? Because he's standing on that marble base. So I was able to actually get him on there, and that actually is a landscape that I made with whatchamacallit, Chat GPT. And then this was something. This was just the base, right? I took the base from the Dragon Emperor's miniature, and I went into this. I went into Chat GPT and said, "Well, create me a couple of torches, make it like a bas relief wood carved thing." Oh, those are the physical ones, right, Valfera? Those must be the physical, like what 1/7, not well, maybe 1/8, maybe 1/350 scale or something like that, Valfera. So yeah, Sectorix, definitely. There's well, Sectorix. Now the one thing I have to say, unlike our that last session there, Sectorix, a lot of the stuff that you say is not really going to be, for me. My reaction's not going to be, "What the heck is that?" Right. So I think actually Sectrix, this could be very helpful in that when you say things, I'm gonna go, oh right, yeah, that's what that is, instead of just being completely clueless about everything. Oh yeah, Velfera. Actually, I think I have the Game Body Galactica. I just don't know where that file is because when that computer died, I wasn't sure which drive it was on and all that other. So it's on some kind of backup drive, but I should have at least, I think, BSG. Nice to see you there, Ghoul Studio. I hope that you're doing well there, Ghoul Studio. Happy, is it already happy? No, it's 11:11 here on a Thursday. Okay, so you have to. I'm still trying to. I've been trying since what the heck is day? Thursday. So Wednesday. Since Monday. No, actually, since Tuesday morning, when I stayed up all night to walk the package for Kathy's sister over to the store, only to find out that suddenly they've changed their policy and they won't take my boxes. So then I said, okay, I'll arrange a post office pickup, which they didn't do on Tuesday, which they didn't do on Wednesday, and which they didn't do today. So it's going to be a 4 mile hike to the post office tomorrow out of desperation to try and send that stupid thing. I hope that you're doing well there, Ghoul Studio. And of course, Ghoul Studio, you want to share something in the chat, please feel like you can do that. Oh yeah, yeah, that's Camda. If you want to share some of the stuff you've been painting there. Now, same thing, Velfera. You want to share something? Please go ahead and do that. Alrighty. We're getting there now. Now we're starting to see a little something here. So yeah, Goose Studio. It's been a lot of learning, lots of hard lessons. And actually, Cam, did you see I posted the new video today also? So yeah, I posted that. I don't know, maybe an hour ago, something like that. Let me move this up here a bit. Everybody, check out that Insta links, the Insta links that Ghoul Studio posted, and that also Camda just posted. So yeah, Velfira. I mean, it would be really, and I think knowing what I know now, Velfira, about printing stuff, I think that would also go a little bit better. Because I think actually I did try printing it out, Velfira, and I think it just, well, it kind of had some failures. So then I just kind of had to set it aside, and then stuff happened. So yeah, I think stuff happened, and then that was the end of trying to do that. And then again, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna try and maybe get a couple of the vipers going here. It would be neat to have maybe one up here. Obviously, old school vipers. Maybe even a third one over here. So Velfira, basically the the last one is done. I believe today they might have taken. Basically, it's this bag of slow release stuff that's on there for not I think 48 hours or something like that. So I think it is official now. Where is this guy? Oh, that's gonna go here. Uh, okay, that way. Oh, okay. All right. That can go all the way to that edge. Nice to see you there, Irid. Everybody, please give Irid Canwife a follow. So, Irid, you'll be doing your usual streams, right? And Irid, so hopefully at least you're able to do that visit there. I know that it was a little bit longer of a wait than you wanted and stuff, but hopefully at least you're able to do that today. Everybody, please give Irid Canwife a follow. So, Irid, will you be doing your usual Friday, Saturday streams then? Uh, Let me get this. Also, this. So okay, doing the normal Friday and Saturday stream. Well, that was I think you had the doctor's visit yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? No, it was a couple of days ago. Era. That's right. All right, get this marking right here. Yeah, Velfira definitely. I don't know if Clarence needed some more of them, but somebody definitely got some. I think, right, Velfira? Okay, for whatever reason, I wonder. Let me see something here. Okay, so that is no longer an eraser. That's not helpful. Let me see if I can try and change this thing around. Yeah, okay, that's what's going on. So there is no eraser there anymore. Okay. So we're going to have to go sans eraser. I wonder. We'll just maybe do one this way. Not quite sure how we want to do this. I wonder. Let me see something here. No, not like that. No, I think we'll just roll this way. We're just gonna go maybe Space Cape that way. So yeah, Velvet. Well, let me see if I've got. Yeah, of course, all of the other wait a minute. No, that's not what I thought it was. All of the other pencils. Ooh, wait a minute. Maybe I have one of them here. Nope, those are all brushes and pens. So all of the other pencils are in another room. So that's obviously less useful. Yeah, no pen, no other. When I saw this, I thought, okay, there's an eraser there. Not so much. I mean, we are going to be doing our usual glaze stuff over the top of this anyway, so I'm not really sure how much more I should be doing on this. Because that's all just going to be dark in there. Let's get a little something more on the vapor there. Again, it's mostly going to get covered up by our washes, so we don't need to get too crazy about it. Because actually, we have a bunch of those, Velfir. I know that Kathy liked those, and we got a bunch of them, but I'm pretty sure that's still by her streaming area. That's probably where that should be. Let me get this here. And then we have more of this texture all the way back that way. You fill out that and join there. So yeah, I'm very. I mean, this is all these animations. They're for those Army Showcase vids, and the Easterling animation will literally end with this scene right here. That will be the last scene that you watch there. And then, of course, I was hoping to do things like this. Now, see how the landscape is moving around there, Armored Wolf? That was something I couldn't make happen. I kept telling the camera to pan around the street, and it wasn't doing it. And no matter what I did, I could not get the camera to pan around the street until he was there. So, believe it or not, that was not actually what I was thinking it was going to do. I thought he was going to be moving around up and down the street, not the street was going to be moving around him. So, even then, that is not what I was originally thinking it should be because, well, at this point, all I can pretty much do is just press buttons and kind of hope for the best. That's about all I can do right now. So Erid, if you wanted to share your Pinterest link, I'm not sure if you already did that or not. But yeah, you want to share that, please go ahead. And then we've got a couple of these bits and pieces right here. Nope, higher up. Okay, good. At least I have one paint jar here. I thought I might have gotten rid of all of my paint jars. Because we want to take our pictures here. Alright, there you go. Boy, that's fantastic, Camdus. So hopefully we're able to add a couple extra flames too. Because he kind of needs some of those. So I'm glad that that worked out for sure. No, I think we'll just leave that be. Now let's start to wait first. Gotta remember to drop some thinner on some of this stuff here. Speaking of which, I need to for my watercolor phase here. I'm just gonna add some more of this here. Well, that's the last. I guess I'm gonna have to buy some more of this stuff here. That's fantastic. Camden. Okay, so I think we're good here. Let's just start to rock and roll with something here. I'm just gonna grab me some brushes here. We need that. Oh, by the way, speaking of videos, there is. Did I post this one already? I can't remember if I actually posted this one already. Once, I don't think I did. No, wrong channel. Let's see what we got here. So yeah, this is oh wait, let me do a little test here. Oh yeah, that's still very much wet. Okay, so this one has not been posted yet. So this will be the next video right here to get posted. And then I was also I did the I think I sent a whole bunch of pictures of these, right? The colorized ships there. Actually, I think I sent you those too, Valfera. Ah, okay. That's thanks for doing that, Valfera. Oh, by the way, I have 22 Easterlings prepped. Yes, there are 22 of these guys right here. So there is plenty to be able to do on that on our streams coming up. Some of this, some of that. Oh, how's about my references here? Let me get those up here. Okay. One second, I gotta move this over because it's actually getting in the way of the chat. There we go. Okay, look at this. The oil's the original watercolors. Also, it is kind of wiping away the drawing, so I'm glad I didn't spend too much time fretting about it. So yeah, Velfira, doing the turquoise and stuff should be very, very interesting. A little bit of yellow into that magenta. Now we've got ourselves a little bit of red here. Oh, that's right. That's supposed to be a viper right there. Now you know I didn't get too wrapped up in the drawing, right, Velfira? I mean, oils are again the original watercolors. Some of this. Where's my Prussian blue? There you are. Well, that's just a teensy bit darker, wouldn't you say? All right, let's get you right along the edge of that port landing bay. Let's keep moving it this way. Nice to see you there, Doji. Yes, it's linseed all the way, right, Camda? Actually, I've got some ideas for some Book of Wapple animations now. Uh, Essentially something like this, but with the Book of Wapple and where the pages are turning and stuff. So there's a whole bunch of things that are could be very interesting coming up here. Where's my Prussian blue again? Let me see. Let me do this. So yeah, Roland, I definitely remember seeing Bonanza. Actually, Bonanza was shown on TV a whole lot more than BSG was. Yeah, pretty much unless you had some kind of cable sci-fi channel thing, whatever, you weren't going to really be seeing too much BSG. You're going to be seeing plenty of Bonanza basically anywhere. Well, once every century is just fine there at Camda. That's kind of like how that's the philosophy of most Chicago sports teams. Winning once every century is more than enough. Gonna try and reactivate some of this. Reactivate a little bit of that. A little bit more of our blue up here, and then we're gonna go back to our almost kind of reddish type color here. Doing the scumble. So Doji, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. So great to see you there, Doji. Again, I hope that I hope that the one-to-one scale project is kind of getting closer and closer to completion. Well, yeah, Valfair, that's why they did it all at once. Yeah, that's why they did it all at once, so they could kind of keep it in that whole century thing. Yeah, that's why they did the whole thing all at once. Pretty much just for 10 years, won a bunch and never again. Now, Doji, here's hoping that one more week, like you say, that's gonna do it. That'll be the magic amount of time. All right, I think this is image 2. I think it's the first image with some of the paint on there. All right, where's me brush? Maybe I will just use this guy here. Yeah, boy, Canada, it's interesting to think, right? Oh, and I think it was my sister that was talking just that last weekend about how uh, my mom she wrote the dates and all this information. She wrote like a whole encyclopedia on the back of every picture, every canvas or whatever. And of course, at the time, I was like, don't do that. But now that's it's pretty handy, to say the least, because now I can actually go, oh, okay, that's when that was, instead of going, I could have been this time, could have been that time, whatever, I don't know. So we're still kind of doing the watercolory type stuff here. That's got to be darker for sure. Also a warmer, dark slightly. Oh yeah, that's darker too. We need to get some dark in there. And then a little something out here on the end of this. Oh yeah, dark over here. Again, by the shopping mall over here. Oh yeah, let's separate that a little more. There we go. Okay. Let me see. I guess I thought that was turned off, so we'll get rid of that. Gonna start to darken up some things here even a little bit more. Nice to see you again, Mr. Stark. Hope that you're doing well. Now I've got my references back up here, so I can see what's going on. Nice to see you there, Trash. So Trash, I sent you two more. There would have been another one, but it won't go into email. It's just too big of a file, I think. So yeah, I sent you at least two. Hopefully you got those. Trash, if there's anything you wanted to post in the chat, of course, please go ahead. So great to see you there, Trash. So yeah, Trash, there should be a couple more. There should be I think the Golem. Actually, three of them. There should be Golem, there should be Sauron, and there should be Pippin, I think. Or was it Frodo? I can't remember. There's a Hobbit. Under any circumstances, one of those files is a Hobbit. And of course, let's see. There should be. I think you already got Gimli, right? And Gandalf. Oh, Sectrix. I was trying to do something with Meshi, and of course, I just. It had been so long since we last did that session. I couldn't remember what I was supposed to be. I got the four little render things there, but beyond that point, didn't. I was like, I don't remember what we did with them after that. So it's just the I keep wanting to say chaos. It's just the coal black mixed with a little bit of the violet, and that would be the radiant violet, just to warm it up a touch. Actually, you know what? We could sort of insinuate that there's some red over here. I don't actually even have red on the palette right now, which is hilarious. And again, Doji, I don't know if you had a chance to share your stuff in the chat, but you want to do that, please go ahead, of course. Yeah, Trash. The way those were made, they're not made like a traditional STL file. Let's put it that way. Even the Galadriel one, if I can get you the Galadriel one, Trash, The dress doesn't really want to print out very well. So yeah, they are not going to be super high powered STLs. Yeah, like here, the dress has all kinds of problems trying to get that to print. So I'll see you later there, Doji. Again, thanks for being here, of course, as always. Appreciate that. Let me. Nope, gotta get more of that paint out of there. Nope, that's still too much. We've got another little kind of gap in the panels here. So, Mr. Stark, again, if you want to share anything there, please go ahead. Again, great to see you. Of course, happy, but still a happy Thursday here. It's funny, Velfair, I kept thinking that I was super late, and then I realized, wait a minute, this is Thursday. So this is technically actually early for a Thursday. Crazy as that sounds. I'm going to get a little teensy touch of that blue in there. Come on. And then I'm going to maybe try to start working on a few little bit more. Not with the lights, not just yet. So yeah, it was definitely. It was again. It was the day was not quite the way it was supposed to be according to plan. That's for sure. It was not an according to plan kind of a day. This whole week has been not according to plan. No problem there, Mr. Stark. No problem. What's really hilarious was that the same actor that played Balthazar in the 2000 era show, he was on Midsummer Murders. And believe it or not, he basically was playing two different. He was playing two twin brothers. Obviously, one was kind of like the mean, psychotic one. The other one was supposed to be kind of witless and nice. And it turns out that, well, spoiler alert, he was kind of, it was all a ruse. But I just find it funny that his character, right? Because there was two different versions of Baltar in the show, right? Because you had the one that was kind of in Six's head, and then there was the actual Baltar. Just like there was two different versions of Six. Well, actually, there's several different versions of Six. I am going to take a picture of this. Let's not forget the pictures here. Take a picture of that. I might actually just throw a little bit of my lighter stuff here, I think. Oh, by the way, we're only 44 minutes in. Just 44 minutes. Grab some of you and some of you. And that's got to cut right about there, I think. Because we've been doing all this stuff, all this darker stuff here. Now we got to start doing some of the lighter stuff here. We're letting that mix also. Gotta let that do its thing. I'm using this again kind of like it's a blending brush here too. There's another spot of our later stuff here. Where the heck are we? Oh, this is where it is. Some of that, and now we need some of our light over here. Also, some of our light out there. Gonna scumble some of that in over here. So yeah, Trash, I'll try to get you that last one again. That's the Galadriel file. Now we need this over here, maybe a little more thinner. Keep going this way with it, yeah. A little touch of our light up there too. Let me throw a little smidge bit of light there. There's another patch of it there. Also another patch there. And right here. Oh yeah, that was they always say, Roland, that was that's the downfall of every show. As soon as there's a kid and as soon as there's a dog, whether it's robot or not. Well, Trash, again, thanks for printing those out. Appreciate that. Again, I'm just going to try and print as many of them as I can for me, Trash, and just try to be painting, that whole week. Just try to be painting a bunch of those. So yeah, I'll try to print a whole bunch of them myself, actually. He's going to go even darker. Where's my Prussian blue? There you are. Break that down a little more. Not so much that it's going to be a glazy thing. So Starbuck was the pilot. It wasn't Mafi or something like that, was it, Roland? For whatever reason, I keep thinking that stupid robot dog was like Mafi or something like that. Oh, Muffet. Oh, and the kid, I mixed them up together. There you go, Roland. I combined the two. I combined Muffet and Boxy into Mafi. I think because I heard those two said together so many times. There's a Freudian slip right there. Where is some of my violet here? There we go. That's what I needed to get some of the thinner going so that I could smush this around. So yeah, actually, that there was somebody. I forget who the poor guy was, but there was somebody in that stupid dog costume. Now, at Irid, again, I hope that things start to ease up a little bit there, and it won't be. You'll be able to kind of get that right again and be able to move around a little bit easier. I need another patch of dark there. Definitely more here. more down there. Not too much thinner though. Let's see if we can do these ribs here again a little bit darker. Like that, and now we need to get some of this darker over here. Certainly this, because that is essentially kind of casting a shadow right there. Yeah, we're going to tighten up all that stuff later on. Almost missed that one. Okay, I'm going to do these lines, then we're going to take another picture, because reasons. Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. Happy... Well, we still got 10 minutes of a happy Thursday, right, Sea Dragon? So great to see you there, Sea Dragon. As always, appreciate you being here. So here, yeah, hopefully, right, you don't have to do all that extra hassle there. It's a hassle enough as it is, right? You don't need extra hassle. Trying to get a little bit of turn on those. Okay, there's that panel. There's this panel here. And then these panels. There's 3 sections here. 1, 2, 3. That's definitely a cheaper way to go about that kind of salary, right, Roland? I think there's another one that comes out here. Thanks for reminding me that I needed to take another picture here, Cam. I didn't exactly have a lot of time to study it. Now, I did actually do, so the image in the lower left-hand corner is actually just something, a quick little chat GPT thing, because none of them really had a spacescape. All the references that I was finding. So yeah, they didn't really have much of a spacescape, so I thought, well, let's get ourselves a spacescape. And it's okay. We need to darken some of this down here a little bit. Not too much, though. Get a little bit of that violet in there as well. Now, there we go. That was another area that's been lagging a little bit behind there. Oh, jeez. That would have been way too much paint there. So you can see we're starting to go over a little bit of our initial little watercolory type stuff there now. lots of panel lines. Lots of panel lines to follow on this. Okay, you're going to get even darker here. Back to a yeah, let's get to restore some of our darkest panel stuff here. Yeah, well, you don't even want to blink in space, do you, Camda? Even blinking in space is a bad idea. I guess with the whole the whole vacuum of space thing, bad idea to blink there. Just gonna do all of these, marching across here. And change these up a little. So here, there's a little something back behind the BSG symbol there. Oh, these are the your basically your anti-aircraft type guns right there. We should probably just darken down a whole bunch of that. Here we go. Dark there, and then we gotta get a whole bunch of darks over here on the front of this, minus that piece of fuzz there. Getting some more of these little bits and chunks over here. Let's see. Now you're telling me it's really rough on the eyes, not being able to blink in all that vacuum of space. Yeah, like your eyes freeze, then they pop out. So that's oh yeah, and again, there the shopping mall is over here. The shopping mall is open, I hear. Yeah, there's a sale on Cylon merch there, I guess. Gonna throw a little. There we go. Okay. Actually, these need to come all the way down to here. And then those actually come down a little bit further. Okay, something like that. Well, armor whoops, I hope that you can get, I know you're working on, what, 3 of those? I wasn't sure, are they in that kind of mid-range price type of thing? All right, now we gotta start doing some much lighter stuff here. I didn't want quite that much magenta. Yeah, I might get, maybe I'll get a little bit of my naphthol red out here or something. I'll do that. Where you hiding? Well, it's Fanchon's naphthol, whatever it's disguised as Windsor red. There you go. because I can only really make a translucent red with what I got. I need me more of an opaque red, so there we are. That is what I needed. And we will let that kind of charge into what's already here. Doing the scumble here. I can tell it's doing that because I can see it mixing on the brush when I bring the brush back over there. There we go. That makes short work of all that. And that should start to look a little more nebulous. Don't be surprised, Camda, if you see a technique like this on those bases. I think, I don't know, Sector X, I think I sent you some of those pictures too of the BFG ships. Again, that is the newest army painting series. It's going to be underway. Ooh, picture. Yeah, let's get a picture of that. I guess this means I got to do a Battlestar Galactica song, right? And it's got to be "So Say We All." There you go. There's your homework assignment, Valkyrie. You're like, wait, I didn't say nothing. How did I get a homework assignment? Just if you could just shoot me a message, BSG song. So say we all. Yeah, because otherwise I'll forget, right, Valfira? So sorry about that. Yeah, my apologies. I didn't mean to stick you with more homework there. What is it called? Suma or Suna or something like that? Or is it called Suma? I think it's SUMA. It's a basically it's a music AI, I think. Now, well, there you go, Velfira. We have to. Oh, well, okay. You just got yourself more homework, Velfira, because we have to do a Cylon song. Yeah, so right, say do that too, Velfira. Cylon song, by your command. Well, Sea Dragon, you thought like when we started adding things like uh, culinary channel, exercise channel. Also now it's now a farming channel. It's an agriculture channel. You think I'm joking, right? You think I'm joking? I'm not joking here. One second. Where's me files here? Come on. Where we? Okay, come on. There we go. See, look at that. Look at this. There you go. Look at the purple heirlooms right there. Those are tomatoes. And then here's the what is that? Oh, the pineapple heirloom. Yeah, let's see what these are going to be like. And then there's the golden bell pepper. And then, of course, there it is. There's the purple peppers right there. So Camden, well, Camden, if you don't mind shooting me that, yeah, send me that when you get a chance there. For sure. So now we got a little bit of violet going out here. Yeah, Valfira, that's why I'm thinking, let's see what it is. So it's the 27th now. I'm just hoping that maybe the second week of July is when I can start thinking about putting some of those out back. Prussian blue. Prussian blue. I'm going to do the scumble again. Everybody loves the scumble. Didn't quite look like that before now, did it, when it was all watercolory? So Sea Dragon, yeah. I'm just kind of hoping the whole point of this. You're like, why? What's the obsession with all the foodstuffs here? It's just for after the streams, when it's basically 4:35 in the morning and I'm essentially eating dinner. I was kind of hoping that I could have something like, okay, some cherry tomatoes that I could eat, maybe some peppers or whatever. That would be, shall we say, a somewhat healthier option for that particular time of day. Again, to be eating supper. No, I'm not going to use you. What about? Oh, this one. This one here. Blending brush. There we go. Okay. Yeah, Sea Dragon. That sounds a little bit more, shall we say, a little bit more healthy, right? Sea Dragon. Obviously, 4 a.m. dinner time is not ideal. That's just kind of how things are. Maybe at some point we can change that, but for now, that is kind of how things are going to be rolling. Again, a bit more of my lighter stuff there. Some down here. Like that. A little bit of nebula stuff happening this way. No, let me grab some more of my red here. Just push this around. More of the red, more red. So yeah, Camden, this will probably be some of the method that you're going to be seeing on the bases there for those new BFG ships. Actually, oh, that's right, Armored Wolf. I grabbed two pieces of the frozen meatsas out of the freezer there. One of them should be mostly thawed out by tomorrow. It's a little bit sooner than I was looking to get them, but I wasn't able to get to the store the last 2 days because I was waiting for a post office guy who never showed up. And then tomorrow, well, it's going to be again a little bit of a hike to the post office tomorrow, so we'll be getting in some exercise. That's for sure. Where are we at with this later stuff? Here we are. Actually, easier to do it this way. Then we'll have to break out our liner brushes to really do the detail stuff. I'm just going to carry this across for now, and then we'll come back and get those little panels that sit on top of these pieces here. And they need a little bit of a turn to them. They're not flat. So yeah, now Velfira, the only thing I can figure is that because there was no mail in the mailbox. Now it didn't say, that okay, you schedule this pickup. If he has no mail for you, he's not showing up. I mean, he's kind of on the block unless nobody. Actually, I haven't seen him, Valfira. I haven't even seen a mail truck on them, and I've basically been up for what the last 48 hours, and I have not seen any mail truck over the last 2 days. There was an Amazon delivery today. That was the Mars Black paint that Landras was kind enough to send. So Valefair, it was 94 today. I don't know what it was down there by you, but actually Landras, I think, believe it or not, that was the best thing that could have happened. You would normally think, well, 94 is not ideal, but it kind of was because in all the places where it wasn't, they were getting hammered. So I think that basically there was like this heat shield or something like that. Because yeah, where you did not have that, it seemed to be very, very active. No, that would be too light. Actually, there is a nope. That's still too light. Let me back up. Let me back up here to this. And we're trying to get these built the way we need them to. What is the? Oh, it's over here. This is where I was. It's hard to remember which gray are we actually using here. I believe it's this gray. So there's that. And then this is where we can kind of redo these guys a little bit. Come on, there we go. Oh, I did actually manage to spray the Easter. There was that big Easterling Palace that actually has its well, for lack of a better term, it's primer. I mean, it's not really primer. It's just that spray paint stuff. But yeah, I also hit that basically right around sunset time yesterday. And again, we've got our Easterling figs ready to go. Which is kind of another reason why you're seeing those animations. Because I was basically having to look at old pictures of him anyway to try and make screens and stuff for the next couple streams. So that, well, while I'm doing that, we're no, I don't want to use that as a blending brush. I will use this guy, I guess, as a blending brush. Oh, we'll get darken this down way more, even a little more. Okay, there we go. See you in a little bit there, Erin. See you in a bit. Back to this somewhat lighter gray. So Citrix, I was that video that you made of the Wapelius Spellbrush character? Was that the typical 5 second long video, Citrix? It just occurred to me. It seems like that's kind of like the magical time. Although I think there's an Vidnaz. Apparently, you can do 8 second vids there. Now, of course, that's the paid thing. Well, you can do like 10 second vids with the Sky Reels. Let me pull this over a smidge that way. Okay. Ooh, that's going to be too dark for those panel lines, maybe. I don't know. We'll see how that is going to work. These also need to be a little bit darker up there, too. And then this needs to be flatter and also smaller. Back to my gray again. There. Now it's picture time, and I might do. I was thinking about doing some spattery stars here. Although I might need to make some stuff darker first. 1 second here. Just picture time. No. Let me do some more Spacescape stuff out here. Where's my white there? Work that in. A little lighter there. Maybe not quite that yellow. A little more on my lighter red. More red. Let me do that here. 1 second. There we go. Now maybe almost a bit of the magenta in there. A little lighter. Blending brush once more. Sure, I'll leave the paint that's on there in there. Yeah, just poking at this thing, doing the scumble. Okay. We have a whole bunch of little panel lines there. We gotta start doing some stuff on these over here. Some of our darker stuff here. Because we've got these panels here. Doing this. There's another one over here. I don't want to get too far into the weeds here on these panel lines just yet. Not just yet. Come on. Another one back here. Oh, and by the way, 81 minutes ago, how much paint was there? There was no paint. There wasn't even a drawing on here. That was 81 minutes ago. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. I'm going to make that basically white there. And there's 4 of these. Yep, there's 4 of these here. Then we also will have a cross beam coming up here too. But first I'm going to clean these up again now with this brush. All these beams here. There was somebody, I think it was just maybe a bunch of drawings, but I thought maybe somebody had done like an entire BSG fleet, right, with your Pegasus size, your Galactica size, then some of the other, kind of non-Battlestar ships. But I think it was more of an illustration as opposed to a bunch of STL files. Yeah, so that I got pretty excited there, thinking, oh man, somebody did a whole BFG fleet for, or BSG fleet for BFG. Say that 10 times fast. Okay, we're gonna start to really tighten up some of these lines now. Some tighter edges. Like you do. Now this should be interesting, Velvet, because there is a little bit of color in this. That's not just like a gray, but there's definitely some color. Wow, it looks so smooth in black and white, doesn't it, Valfera? Now, Valfera, I don't know if I had a chance. Oops, wrong one. 1 second here. I don't think I had a chance to do this Valfera with the. Again, this video is going to be coming up soon, so this is the new one. Oh, I think I might have done a film noir on it, but there's a lot of shading. Again, this is one of 2 sessions. We have a second session on this, but look at that. Right, Valfera? I mean, yeah, there's a little bit of shading there, but not like this. Whoa, look at that. Bam. Look at the green and the red there, Valfera. So again, that is the video. I don't know, a couple days from now, that'll be going up on the Patreon page there. Sorry if I missed that, Valfera. There's a lot of these metal, all these different panel lines and girders and such that we're trying to get here. So my apologies, Valfera. Sweep that down. Now, I knew that was going to affect it a little bit, Valfera, but I was not expecting that much. Is that pretty wild, Valfira? I mean, again, it's done it with all the other ones, right? So you okay, yeah, we're gonna see that, and then you actually see it, and you just say, "Holy smokes, that's insane! That is actually insane." So sorry about that, Valfira. Oh yeah, yeah, we gotta. There's a whole bunch of edges back here. We gotta start to make a little bit of my blue back in there too. So we've got to get these struts here. They need some stuffs on them. This up here gonna need some stuffs. There. And then we've got, again, you got some of your gun mounts up there. More Sponsons, more better, right, Camja? Can never have too many Sponsons. Yeah, we're going to have to get some more of our light back out here eventually. So yeah, I think once you didn't have the distraction of kind of the reds and the other violets and all the other kind of stuff, it really, really changed it around, right, Velfira? Not quite that. So I'm trying to back off of that a little bit here. Let me just easier to do the stroke in that direction. You know what? I'm just going to take that, fade that with that brush. Whoops. Didn't quite get the right angle on those. I gotta come back with the lighter stuff anyway, so it's not a huge tragedy. Get more panel lines. And I welcome our newest little hobbit. Thank you so much for that follow, Tyler Brown. Appreciate that. So you're saying this is a spaceship, right? So you got the stars and all that kind of stuff, and so it's staying on the planet where there's air and things you can eat, maybe some things you can smoke. So you get on this thing here, and if I smoke on there, it blows up, right? Because, oxygen and all that. Yeah. See what happens to Gandalf on our big Gandalf 6 here. Just, it land. I'm not sure we're going to do that again because it landed in one of my. Okay, there we go. So that, yeah, I just picked it up. I wasn't quite sure it landed in. It landed in here, and I couldn't actually see what the result was. I think it was cocked in there. Actually, Valfera, speaking of box art, I did run into some model box art for sure, Valfera. Yep, I definitely ran into some. No doubt about it. So thanks again for the follow, Tyler. Tyler, appreciate that. Well, it's a happy Friday. Yeah, it's a happy Friday here now. It is indeed Friday. Get a little bit more of these in here. Camda, I really hope that one that I've found. Again, these are just free. I'm hoping that they work out and that they're a decent print. Again, they don't have to be perfect. We have to print them pretty small, right, to get them on stream, anyways. So yeah, I think even if they're not super detailed, those other BFG ships, those aren't terribly detailed either. I mean, they're totally fine for what we need them for. We're getting closer to working out some of our panel lines in these areas here. Getting closer. I mean, we're still only 91 minutes in. That is it. 91 minutes ago, this had zero paint on it. Didn't even have a drawing on it. Had nothing. Trying to scare up some of my white here. I'm going to do this again with this brush now. There might be a point where I just kind of try to wash some of that off my hands. I think we're not really going to do a whole bunch more on our spacescape part until I get all of these panel lines and details in here, because otherwise I'm just going to keep sticking my hand on that. That won't be terribly productive. Thanks Armored Wolf for posting a link to again, this is the new YouTube channel here. There are no ads on this channel. Why are there no ads? Because all we're doing here is we're taking all of our sessions, well, like this one here, all the other sessions, and we're putting them all on that channel because we can't do Twitch highlights anymore. And we need somewhere to put those. And there were no commercials or ads on the Twitch highlights. At least there shouldn't have been. So all I'm trying to do is just kind of restore what we can't do here anymore. Now there is also... oh, that's got to go up there. Come on. And then there's another little... maybe not quite as light as that. Let's go like this. There's a whole nother line. That's down in here. So thanks Armored Wolf for posting the links there. Appreciate that. Okay, now that's what we want to see there. Let's get back to this much lighter stuff here. So over here. That goes over this a little bit here. Now, I don't think that tomorrow's stream is going to be an early start. Again, Saturday was the stream that I might try to target. And again, by earlier start, it would be something more like maybe a 9-ish start or something. If it all works out. A lot of things going to happen on Saturday for that to work out. Yeah, these are all. Yeah, here. Let's get this straightened out here. This is all kinds of no detail there. We need some detail on those. Also, there's another bit out here that needs our much lighter color there. There's another bit up here too. And a lot of that is mixing with some of that gray that is already there. So yeah, Cam, I was kind of hoping to do sort of a nouveau version of the Saturday challenge. Because I'm well for those videos, right? You saw the stuff I was doing with the Easterlings. Well, I wanted to have a massive line of Easterling troops there. And that's why I just want to get a whole bunch of those painted up. Yeah, they will not be super duper fancy, that's for sure. So yeah, Canada, that's what I was talking about the other day, because you saw that the animations that I made, right? That's for those Army Showcase vids. And I want to have the Dragon Emperor with a whole, well, they have the special rule, phalanx. I need to actually create an Easterling phalanx. Because I have more like a fa. I don't really have the phalanx. There's not quite enough dudes to really constitute a phalanx per se. That goes all the way up to here. That over. And then back again. Hey there, Grand Oracle. Nice to see you there, Grand Oracle. Don't know if you saw the latest vid. Posted that just before the stream started. And of course, Grand Oracle, I think there has been a few little breakthroughs made. Again, when it comes to those animations that I wanted to create. So again, that is one of my miniatures, and that was just done with 4 ancient pictures that I took way back in the day. And yeah, none of that was not with the intention of trying to create an animation around it. So just imagine what some pictures taken, knowing what the parameters are now, what that's going to be like. So great to see you there, Grand Oracle. Again, I hope that you're doing well. Magenta here. Maybe a little bit up in there. And then over in here. So Grand Oracle, does it look like maybe you'll get a chance to do some miniature stuff this weekend coming up? Yeah, I'm gonna get me a little bit more of the magenta down over here. Not gonna do the spattery star stuff yet. I needed it for over here. You see what I'm doing? I needed that little smidgeola of color in here. Didn't have to be much, but I needed that little bit in there. So now that gray is actually kind of stands out a little bit more now. Maybe a little something lighter there. Now more of that magenta up here. Oh, and Grand Oracle, I think I sent you some of the pictures of the Battlefleet Gothic stuff where I was colorizing things. More lessons learned there. Actually, it was some of the stuff I learned doing that is I was able to apply it to make some of the photos that I ended up using to make those animations. Fine, we'll use this. We'll use this. Nope, not enough of our light. Now there's some. A little darker there, maybe. No, need more of the red. Darker there. A little more of that back there too. So again, the shopping mall is over here. For those interested in souvenirs of the colonies. A little more of that light up in there on that red. Okay, now we got something going there. Nice to see there, surface tension. Surface tension, I think I might have sent you some of the animation stuff that I was doing. Surface tension, yeah, I might have accidentally kind of cracked a bit of a code there. As I said very early in the stream, the tutorials for all things AI on a scale of 1 to catastrophically bad, they're like 10 levels below catastrophically bad. So, yeah, it was able to finally kind of just keep pressing buttons long enough until I think I might have maybe figured out something. So thanks for being here, Surface Tensions. Speaking of posting stuff, if you wanted to post your fabulous oil painted stuff, please go ahead and do that. Everybody check out the fabulous oil painted stuff that Surface Tension's going to post there. So yeah, Grand Oracle, I prepped 22 Easterling figs. I just did the same kind of sort of marble basing that we did on all the other ones. Everybody please check out that Mastodon link there that Surface Tension just posted. So Surface Tension, here's hoping that maybe you got a chance to do a little bit of painting this week. I know it's been very, very busy at work and such. So probably not. You can see see how, look at that. We'll look at this. Velfair, when we do our next film noir, because of what I'm adding right here, holy smokes, the edge quotient right here has just gone up orders of magnitude versus this. Wow, that should be real interesting to see, Velfair. That is really going to change things up. Ah, that's fantastic surface tension. Again, I'm glad that worked out for you. I know things don't always quite do that when it comes to, well, life stuff. I'm going to reinforce these two very big panel lines here, and then we can do some of our smaller ones. They're also going to not be quite as dark as that either. See what happens with that. Is that still? That's still. Well, okay. It's got a little bit of the thinner in it. Hopefully, good, good. Can I do this in 4 as well? Well, actually, it shows 2 and then 1. Okay. It's, again, just easier for me being right-handed to do things upside down here. So, don't mind me while BSG is doing a barrel roll here. I need 2 lines coming out of there. Ah, that's fantastic, Camda. I almost forgot pictures. Let's get a picture here. Same gray. Not trying to make anybody dizzy here by turning this upside down, but I need this angle here. Rotate it this way a little. Another panel line is going to come down there. There's panel lines galore. The panel lines have panel lines. These have to also start to get a little bit closer together too. So Lead Logic, if you check out the Instagram, that's where I've been. Now again, Instagram only allows you, as I found out the hard way, a max of 20 when it said there was a max of 30. But I've got at least 2 of the paintings on the Instagram right now. Yeah, just a little bit of spinning around, right? It's a little bit of zero G activity there, surface tension. Nice to see you there, Lead Logic. Happy Friday. And all that. So yeah, there's at least 2 of the paintings right now that again are up there on the Instas where I used as many pictures as I could as they would let me. There should be one for last week's Babylon 5. Yeah, those not quite going in the needed direction, so we're just gonna wipe those out and we'll do them again. I think that is more what we needed there. Now we'll maybe a little darker here. More panel lines here. Panel lines over there. Panel lines everywhere. Panel lines all the way back there. Panel lines, yeah, on top of panel lines here. More panel lines. Darken that up a little more. I'll use that as a blending brush right there. Something kind of mid-range light. Let me see how this rolls over here. We got that. We need another one that sort of goes like this, a little not super light there. And then a whole bunch of semi-vertical lights will be coming back with our dark as well. Get some of our interior there. Again, this is not the cell that had the shopping mall in it. That's over here. I don't know if anybody's ever played the Battlestar Galactica board game. That is still to this day my favorite board game, like of all time. As in, that's number one, and there's like not even anything that's fifth place compared to that one. Just like with the creature caster stuff, surface tension. Remember the creature caster figures, the eyeballs had eyeballs and the teeth had teeth. And then even there were eyeball teeth, I believe. Chucking a little bit of light there. Up in there. And something to kind of simulate. Oh, look, more panel lines. Might need to snap a picture in a bit here too, because, well, we've done a few panel lines. More of these ribs in there. Picture time. There we go. Wrong brush. Now we got the right one. So we got these little gun mounts up here. I'm going to go lighter here. Not there. There we go. Let me work in that and make this. Oh, yeah, that's got to come all the way down to here. Actually, I did see surface tension. There was obviously a whole bunch of little kind of diagnostic type drawings of stuff, and obviously size comparisons between BSG, Pegasus, the base stars. Now, of course, the newer base stars, they really weren't necessarily all that gigantic. I think they were only a little bit kind of longer than BSG was, and that's about it. Oh yeah, that needs to be much later there. Actually, speaking of bases and stars, so surface tension, did I send you? I think I might have sent you pictures of the new army painting series where I was trying to suss out the color scheme there. I could swear that I sent you some of those pictures too. Hmm, maybe not straight up right there. Alright, we'll get that now. I guess maybe we'll go this light on these. Or we'll go with this. So a little bit of an upward angle on that for whatever reason. Now, these two. So it kind of goes up like that and then across. Catch the light on that edge too. All the way down there. Okay. So I'll try to send you. Well, it's part of the new army painting series. Eventually, no matter what, you're gonna be seeing it, right? Surface tension. Eventually. More light on these little bits of those panels. I'm going to do one more picture, then I think I'm going to do some spattery star stuff. Spattery star stuff. Also going to get me some of the fast map weight out here to do that. Well, actually, we'll just use our We'll use this white since we got 3 tubes of it plus this one here, so let's just use that. Oh, no, no, not yet. Not yet, that's right, because I gotta keep sticking my hand on there. Okay, well, fine. Maybe we will, because I'm gonna have to also get some deeper, darker space here. Let me do that. Prussian blue. Something not quite that much thinner. Not quite that much. Let me darken up more Prussian blue. Sure, we'll carry that a little further out this way. And I got my big blendy brush here. We'll just scumble along the edge on that. Do the stuff. There you go. Soften up that edge as well, I guess. This one too. That's what that was. Well, they're not just industrious, right, Camda? They're somewhat militaristic. Now, as opposed to the far more mysterious cobalt gray, grayish shade, they're more mysterious right there. Not quite as industrious or as shall we say militaristic as the Prussians are. So have a great Friday there, Surface Tension. Can appreciate you being here. Now, where is one of my spattery brushes that kind of has... There it is. There's a spattery brush. I think that, well, believe it or not, Camda, we're joking. There is, in a way, there is such a thing. It's called black spinel. Because that's what, a Series 4 Gamlin or something like that? That's cadmium pricing, and it weighs a ton. So yeah, that's basically cadmium black. Now let me try to get some spattery things going here. Like you do. Of course, there's some of them that are going to get on Galactica, but is what it is. No, that's not what I wanted there. So it is it's definitely a pricey one, Camda, for sure. And I never really, in the original, I didn't notice quite how heavy it was, like our other cadmiums. But then I found the Mars Black can again. Now that's the Mars Black, say from Williamsburg. That's some pretty spicy stuff. Don't sleep on that. Now we got that much later for. Here we go. Might do a bit more thinner on that too. Sure enough. Now let maybe get again the slightly lighter stars or whatever here. Nah, we won't do that one or that one. I need some stars over here. Hey there, Arda Michael. So Arda Michael, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. I'm guessing you're still doing all the support stuff, right, Michael? So I need the thing that I knocked over a couple times here. Let me get that. Picture. Once again. Let me get the red and such out of here and all the violet and everything. And we'll just kind of make some of those little dots go away. More panel lineage to do here. Whole lot more. Come on, get down. There we go. Darken up these some more as well. I mean, they are in shadows, so probably want to do that. And now we got to get some of this out here. Alright, and then need a little bit of kind of semi-mid-tone gray. Let me see, is this going to be light enough? But it's not quite light enough. Well, that might do it. That might just be enough. Right there. Okay. Also, wait a minute. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Arda Michael just shared. Sorry that it has not exactly been an ideal week there, Arda Michael. Yeah, let me bring this down here. And then we gotta try to do a little bit of something on the hull here. Actually, I'm gonna probably come back with this darker stuff. That's what I was hoping. That if I did this, right, with the darker stuff here, I could kind of refine this edge here like this. Come on, down, up and over. Same thing here. I guess we'll have to come back with our lighter stuff on this particular panel line here. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Well, again, programming note, I just posted the latest video to the Patreon page not long before the stream started. You do that the $15 thing there that Armored Wolf just showed. You'll be very busy watching all those because there's easily over 2,400 hours worth. Yeah, that definitely sounds a little bit sus, right, Artemichael? That is definitely sus. Back with this much darker stuff up here. There too. And now a whole bunch of panel lines, but they can't not be super, super dark, so we're going to kind of back away a little bit on those. And there's going to be a number of panel lines here to do. And there's no sort of rhyme nor reason to them. They're just kind of all over the place. And yeah, like we've been joking, it's like the panel lines have panel lines. So sorry that again, Artemichael. That's it's been years and years and years of that sort of activity, right? Sorry that it just has not worked out in your flavor there. And we're gonna divvy up some of these some of these panel pieces here. And this will take a little while here. That was kind of why I wanted to reach this point sooner rather than later. Because, yeah, I knew there would be a little bit of panel lineage to do. But do panel lines there as well. Even this needs, well, panel lines. So you have multiple panel line into panel line into panel line, and we'll have to get a couple of pictures of how we're doing all of our panel lines here. Okay, no, let's do that. Ooh, another little panel line right there too, I think. Again, breaking that up as best as we can here. Let me do this now. Get more panel lines. Within panel lines. Camda, I think that needs to be that needs to be a graphic Camda. I mean, the syntax of it works out just too well, right? To take a pass on that. So say we all, right, Camda? On board the panel line Galactica. I mean, yeah, there's all of these. I mean, there's literally things like this all across the ship. I just keep thinking, Valfira, of the of an actual model kit of this. Talk about that. You might have to do a few pin line washes, right, Camda? Maybe just a few. Now, again, I'll see if I can find. Well, again, I have to try and find. I know I got Galactica. I know I have a printable file there, and I just downloaded a few free ones. I'll try and get those prints going tomorrow. Yet another thing to do after the stream. Yeah, those needed to be clarified a little bit more, I think. Again, gotta deposit some of that over here. Oh, that needs to be much darker up there as well. We'll get to that. Whoops, that was a little more than I wanted for that panel line. So let's see, oh yeah, I want to get a picture of this, that's right. Let's not forget picture time here. And I'm kind of thinking I might not do the Vipers. I mean, they got painted out of the picture anyways. And I kind of I kind of like it like this actually. So I think this is what we might be doing here. We still got plenty more to do on this. No doubt about that. Now, of course, now, Kanda, I'm starting to imagine we painted in a whole different color scheme instead of just the gray, just for funsies there. Because, well, I don't know, we can print up another one, right? All right. Oh, huge surprise. Panel lines over here. Yep, panel lines. And then we got all this stuff up here. You know, I might even start to play around. Yeah, let's get caught up. Let's get caught up with those. Can you see them? Yes, you can. And then these other sort of smaller panel lines going kind of every which direction here. Still got to sharpen up me some edges right there. Panel within panel lines on the panel line Galactica. Oh, it's a good thing, Cam, that I remembered to tell Velfira to send me a message about the thing I was going to forget about because I already forgotten. I don't even remember what I had him message me about. Whatever it was something real cool. I cannot conjure up the memory of what the heck it was. That's what about 3 days of no sleep is going to do to you.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much for that follow. Gandalf, of course, appreciates all of his new little hobbits. Thank you so much, Hasumoto. Appreciate that. So again, this is it's big. It's a big giant metal thing, and y'all hang out in there, right? So there's no farms on there. There's actually, how do you go to the bathroom on there? Just asking for a friend. Let's see what happens now with our big Gandalf 6 for Hasumoto. Ooh, that's the best roll of the night so far. There is a 5. Thank you so much for that follow. Speaking of panel lines, last week we did have some panel lines, but this is a wee bit bigger than this. So we can see a few more. We could see some here. You kind of like there was indications of panel lines, but nowhere near quite like this. Is this like painting a 2D Gundam here? All these panel lines, does it qualify as a Gundam? It might. It might qualify. Again, panel line, within panel line, within panel line. Thank you so much, Hasumoto. We appreciate that. Let me see. Where are you hiding? You're around here somewhere. Nope, that's not you. Where are you? Because we have to show our allegiance to Zinch here somewhere. We've got somebody here. He is hiding somewhere. Well, oh, maybe I put him in here. Is that where he's hiding? No, we gotta bring out our Zinch guy here. I just don't know where he might be hiding. In that case, we're gonna have to do this then. We'll just scroll up here till we find it. There we go. There's some Zinchy love right there. Couldn't find the miniature, the physical miniature, but we got the pictures to show. There you go. So Zinch is, of course, best god. Zinch is best god. Now, of course, obviously, Kathy was all about the Nurgle. But here, it's all about the Zinch. I mean, we can't. Oh, here he is. Here he is. He was sitting right in front of me. There he is. Yeah, there he is. Got his eye on you. Well, that's one of our Zinch. We have a whole bunch of them. That was one of our army painting series on the Patreon page. That was pretty well. Oh yeah, that's right. We used epoxy sculpt on the bases. And then, of course, did all the freehand stuff on the marble because, well, Zinch. Again, to make it best god. Oh, actually, Hasumoto. I haven't shown this in quite some time. This was my Tomb King's army here. And you say, well, what does that got to do with Zinch? Well, when your Tomb King's army is tainted by Zinch, it's got everything to do with it. So yes, everything there had a very Zinchy taint to it. That's all the blue there, and then of course there's all the stuff we scratch sculpted there on the top, and of course essentially the Zinch god is able to convince the Tomb King to say, you know what, just I'll make you guys real boys again. You just got to do a few things for me first. And of course, everything in the lands of Kemri became, and at least in his lands, became tainted by Zinch. So that was my 20. That was my last fantasy army right there. I'm getting there. I'm scrolling. I'm scrolling. There we go. I'm scrolling. Now, I guess you could almost say that some of my Easterling stuff also looks very Zinchy. Yeah, more of my panel lines here because you don't have enough panel lines. I guess, Mr. Stark, we would also have to use one of those one of those markers or something like that to do all the panel lines then, because aren't they called Gundam markers, or are they just called panel line markers? I'm not for sure. Maybe they were like you know, specifically kind of labeled as Gundam, at least in some circles. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Stark. I've got, I think, somewhere upwards of about 120 blog posts on that army. It shows how the army board was made, step-by-step tutorials of all the conversions. There's everything you saw on that upper level, that was all scratch sculpted, so there's tons of work in progress images and all that scratch sculpted stuff. Again, that's on the blog. I do believe in my info here on the Twitch channel, there is a link to the blog. Thanks, Mr. Stark. Could definitely use this here. Appreciate that, Mr. Stark. And again, some might say that the Easterlings also are tainted by Zinch there. I mean, here's my. There you go. It looks kind of a little bit Zinchy right there. And we're going to be painting a whole bunch of Easterlings over the next few streams. And by a whole bunch, I mean potentially upwards of 20 some odd figures over the next couple of streams. Let me put in. I keep forgetting to do this stuff here. This one too. Let's go back to these here. And then this one. So much appreciated there, Mr. Stark. Already more panel lines. Huge surprise. More panel lines. And then after we do those, you will be absolutely shocked to know that there will be more panel lines. Irid, yeah, I'm definitely gonna need one of those tomorrow, cause that hike to the post office is gonna be about a 5-ish mile hike or so. That is going to be quite the forced march. Now, since my walking speed is upwards of, my casual walking speed is about 4.7 to 5 miles an hour, I can speed walk that to about 6.5. But then there's also being in the post office. Now, all I gotta do is literally just toss the boxes at them. I mean, it's all been prepaid for days. But I still probably have to wait in line. So that is going to be about an hour and a half-ish, I would say. Yep, here that's going to be a little bit of a trek. And again, it's got to happen quick. And I may have to walk to the store after that, too. So we'll throw another mile something on there. I was gonna stay there, Erid. I'm pretty sure, unless you have one of those walker type things from one of the Alien movies or something, you're probably not doing that kind of. Although you could really do it fast. If you had one of those walker things from the Alien movies, I don't know. Would you be about 11 feet tall or something like that? 12 feet tall. You could do that real quick. Also, too, traffic is just something you step over, right, Erid? In one of those. That would not be something you would concern yourself with. Actually, Erid, well, there you go. That would be the compensation, right? If the compensation is not appropriate, you would just say, okay, well, now you have to fit me up with one of those. I'm sure they're totally street legal. How could they not be? Once again, not just panel lines on top of panel lines, but smaller panel lines on top of even smaller panel lines. And as you can see, they all have to follow perspective. Now, if you check out, oh yeah, like remember the Minas Tirith? There was a couple of those, but especially the one where you were basically looking up right at the spine there. I mean, talk about that was a perspective nightmare right there doing that thing. That was spicy. Well, Mr. Stark, I've been doing all this in my usual magnifier light with the three. Well, this is only at the 3 times magnifier. Sadly, my nice 5 times magnifier. Actually, I've got a 7. It's basically a surgical light. Um, I think it's probably in the garage now or something like that. But I actually have a 7 times magnifier light. It weighs a ton. Obviously, now it probably wouldn't weigh much like that. That was years ago when we got that thing. It was kind of like a sale. I might have even gotten it on eBay actually. So Camda, the one I would use it right now if I could, but you would be getting those gray bars of death. Yeah, there would be this weird cycling gray bar that would just keep going up and down on the screen over and over again. So sadly, don't get to use that. Now, this cheap one, I mean, it's what, maybe $40 tops on Amazon. For whatever reason, this cheap, nasty one, I don't mean, maybe not nasty, but this little 3 times diopter one, it doesn't do that weird cycling thing. No LED light is supposed to do that, by the way. Why these do it? No idea. That's just it, Camda. It's not fluorescent. That was the whole point of getting them because they're LED. But LED lights can still cycle. Found it out the hard way. That's why I don't get the expensive magnifier lights anymore. I just keep getting these over and over again. I even have, I think, some of them stockpiled for when these things inevitably just kind of give up the ghost. So it is most definitely not fluorescent. Yet it still cycles. Most unfortunate. So yeah, Mr. Stark, fortunately I'm nearsighted because Kathy she had a heck of a time trying to use one of these things with her glasses, and she just hated it no matter what. Now we're gonna reinfuse these again. Also, this stuff over here, I think. These darks over there. Let me, I'm gonna bring the violet closer here. A little, well, there was supposed to be a little bit of thinner, not quite that much. Nah, it's gonna work out okay. Unfortunately, definitely not surface tension. And again, it only happens on the bigger ones. I mean, I have even smaller, cheaper LED lights here, so I think it's that maybe the bigger the light, maybe that has something to do with its surface tension. But yeah, because some of those lights, I mean, they are heavy. They are super heavy. So that might have something to do with it. Just a bigger mechanism or something like that. Still very much a mystery again why it does that, but it does. Okay, well, more panel lines over on this one too. Okay, I want more panel lines there. Yeah, you think about it, right, Camden? One's a 7 times magnifier, and it weighs a ton. If that thing were to ever, pop off of the table, the little, well, not so little, but the clamp. Well, that's the only table that could go on was a solid oak drafting table, and even then, it would still kind of, if you shook that thing, it would still shake the table. Now again, maybe newer lights would not weigh quite so much. Now that is now what the printers are sitting on, because well, it's a pretty stable platform, needless to say. I think even the bamboo, much as that starts jumping around while it's printing, I think even that wouldn't shake that oak drafting table. That is an old-timey table. The drafting stuff is actually built into it, and actually the top of it even angled. I haven't done that with it in many many years, but it can actually be on an angle. Guess what? We gotta rework these a little bit more here now, because these are kind of the equivalent of what these two were, and then we built in all of the smaller panel lines within that. Oh, and guess what? Even these, surprise, surprise, even these need panel lines here. Because again, we don't have enough panel lines on here. Clearly, we don't have enough. We need more. Oh, by the way, 2 hours 40 minutes ago, how much paint was there on this? Besides none. There wasn't even a drawing on here. Again, all of this in the last 2 hours 40 minutes. And oh, looky here, more panel lines. Another one there. So yeah, all of these again getting smaller and smaller little panel lines here. I'm trying to think of any miniature where I had to do something quite like this. I mean, I've done plenty of ships, I've done plenty of tanks and everything else, but I just don't remember doing this much. I think the last time I did this much stuff was that Minas Tirith painting, and that was, well, that was a different kind of panel lines. I guess you could just say it was stone lines or whatever. But that's kind of the last thing I can think of that even comes to mind that would be anything like this. But wait, there's more panel lines. Because guess what? There's even panel lines down here. Just when you thought you were safe from panel lines. Some of them are stone lines, Camda, because they did this thing where the stones were kind of offset from each other. So it wasn't like a pure flat stone wall. Some of the stones were sticking out. And I don't know why they did that, because from a defensive standpoint, you're just literally giving your opponent something they could potentially grab onto and climb the wall. So I'm not sure what the point of that was. That doesn't seem to be a solid choice there. So seeing a little bit there, Camda. Seeing a bit. We'll have Battlestar Pegasus painted by the time you get back. Okay, we still got more panel lines to do. Back here. Now there is there's a bunch of model train stuff that I have to paint for my brother, and there's some panel lines there. Definitely some panel lines on that. The old American Flyer stuff. Yeah, trying to figure out what we can do for some suggestion of panel lines out there. They can't be quite like they are. And actually, believe it or not, some of these actually going to get a little teensy bit of a highlight too. So yeah, there's more. There's more to do on those panel lines, but we need to let those set, don't we? Can't be hasty little hobbits, especially on panel lines. Okay. There we go. Yeah, fine, we'll do that too. Gotta make sure that this, follows, has to have some curvature to it. Yeah, Mr. Strike, it used to be a, come for the painting, stay for the puppet show. Now it's come for the Battlestar, stay for the panel lines. Alright, we'll get this here now. Yeah, all this, we gotta do a whole bunch more stuffs in there. Gonna get some of our kind of mid-range gray in here. Nope, I got too much thinner on it. So let's subtract some of that thinner. And good to roll there. Well, we can mash them, right, Mr. Stark? We could just take a blending brush and we could mash those panel lines up right good. For sure. Little something on there. Now I gotta get this, go back to our latest stuff here. Get on these struts. We gotta get the latest light on these struts here somehow. Also on, we have this, this back engine right here. We need to get some more lights on this side of it. Just like we got over there. And now that's starting to be better. Smush that around in there. You can see it's kind of mixing with some of our gray that's already there. Actually, I do have some taters. I might, who knows, I might boil those and mash those. I don't know. I just might do that after the stream. Okay, now okay, that's looking a little more finalized. We gotta do the same over here on this other side. Might have to change the angles on these too. So that's gotta come down, that's gotta come up. Same deal on this one back here. Never too many panel lines. Alright, Mr. Stark. It's like there's never too much. Never too many chocolate covered raisins. Let me see. No, okay, that doesn't do it, but we gotta get some of the later. Okay, that's better. Now this one too, gotta do a similar thing here. Let's get a little too thick there on that one. I had to come back with my dark again. Goes all the way out to there. Now back, wait a minute, first, let me take some of that right here. Okay, now those have a little bit more of a curve to them. And now inside here, we should actually have some projected light there. Like you do. Fine, I'll just use you as a blending brush then. And then, well, guess what we need on all this stuff? We don't have any panel lines. So we're going to start doing some panel lines here. Because again, we don't have enough of them. Actually, let me take a quick picture before we do that. There we go. Panel line time. Once more panel lines. And all this out here. More panel lines. Okay, let's go this way. And of course, as Mr. Stark explains, more, sometimes more is just way too much, except when it comes to panel lines. Otherwise, less is more. You know what? It's here. Let's do like a gray here. Also there. I'll just kind of reads easier anyways. And then we go back to some panel lines. Because clearly we don't have enough of them. Actually, might need to let that stuff have a chance to set right there. Let's move on to these other ones here. Still got to sharpen up some of that. And I still actually need to think about some of the panel lines down here. And then this too, this little area there, that needs to be a whole lot lighter. We never did get a chance to do that. Alright. Now that got really light. Well, let's see if we can, if this is going to work out here. So the whole little kind of cross beam here that happens. A couple of these almost disappeared. Come on. More of that here. We get our really light stuff. That also serves to, now that shadow makes a little bit more sense. Remember, we gotta get some more things highlighted here on our panel lines within panel lines. Now, I've heard of picture-in-picture and all sorts of things like that, but panel lines within panel lines, that's a new thing. That's a new thing we just created here. And again, the shopping mall is over on this side here. I think there was one point, yeah, it was, I don't remember which season it was, but they did get into the gift shop. A bunch of centurions. Created a bit of mayhem in the gift shop. I think, okay, that is still active. I can mix that up and, okay, there we go. I can come back in here with, some of my later stuff still. Might do that over here. So there's our Indian yellow. Some of this. One more Indian yellow. No, no, no. I need more of the red if I'm going to put this where I want it to over here. Now we're getting there. Not too much thinner here. Not too much thinner. So some of that just got scraped away by my finger trying to do all the, well, panel lines. Where'd my blendy brush go? You're hiding over here somewhere. Do your thing. You know what? I might do a touch more of that over here. Magenta, maybe? Magenta. Into there. Blending brush one more time. Where you at? Where you hiding? All right. Some of a little bit of our lighter nebula stuff. Now I'm gonna put some stars out here, but these are not gonna be the spattery stars. They're not gonna be spatter stars. They're gonna be just regular stars here. Breaking down some of our white here. We're also gonna have to soften up some of those stars as well. Those kind of larger ones. Now here we're kind of restored some of our magenta and stuff. Made it lighter. Gotta do the stars again because we wiped them out the ones that were there. Come on, there we are. We need those little cross lines in here as well. We've forgotten about these. I think I need to lighten up these guys here. Yep. So Camden, I'm just visualizing taking, like the raw video and sort of superimposing all the watercolor parts of this, the early on watercolor parts over what we're doing now with all the panel lines and everything. You wouldn't have thought we'd be doing this, right? The way things began with all the crazy watercolor stuff. As again, oils are the original watercolors. Who needs watercolors when you got oils? working, yeah, a bit this light all the way down there. And yep, now we gotta get almost to a little teensy bit of highlight on some of these panel lines. So this is, you thought I was joking about the panel lines having panel lines. This kind of is the equivalent of that because now we've got to highlight the edges on these because what that is going to do, it's going to make these recede, right? Because now these will have that much more detail on them. The other ones, again, they won't be getting this, but it does mean that we are literally putting panel lines on panel lines here. And this is that's why we're using the liner brush here as opposed to those that much softer golden maple brush there. Actually, Camden, as I was doing some of my stuff with the Easterlings, I realized that from our Landscapes of Middle Earth series, we could go outside of, say, the Shire and Gondor and all that, and there we could paint our my Easterling city. Yeah, that's what I want to paint with all that kind of misty stuff and the glowing. It would be the Lord of the Rings channel and Object Source Lighting channel. Also, would be the Easterling channel. So yeah, I don't be surprised, Camden, if you see a 2D art thing. Who knows? I think that would be my return to, say, non spacescape type stuff. Would be doing the Easterlings there. Again, look at that. Little bit of action on those panel lines. Actually, I think I got to zoom. I could, yes. Look at it. We can get even closer. Yeah, we get even closer to our panel lines. We are even closer now. You can see all those yummy panel lines. There we go. All right. Something more there, yes. And there we are. Yep, more of our panel lines. All the way up there. I think I need some of my darkest dark on some of these vertical girders here. Also, a few of these panel lines. I think they stay crunchy in milk, right, Mr. Stark? That's what makes panel lines so good. Yeah, panel lines stay crunchy in milk.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Speaking of somebody that might or might not like crunchy things, thank you so much. And Panda, I appreciate that. And Panada, thank you so much. So, yeah, again, I get this is supposed to hold a lot of people. It still seems kind of small to me. Uh, whatever happened to those 28 millimeter ships you were painting? And I hear you got an Easterling one too. Yes, Gandalf is right. There is a 28 millimeter Easterling ship. Well, it's supposed to be a Corsair ship. That's from Printing Goes Ever On. That's the second straight 5 for Gandalf there. Thank you so much, Empanada. Appreciate that. So yeah, there's a bunch of Easterling terrain that I have to paint, but I think maybe we will partake of a little bit of Easterling landscape there. Oh, and a Harad one too, yes. And, oh, and Umbar. I would like to try a Dol Amroth landscape as well. So great to see you there, 8th Gate. Happy Friday, 8th Gate. Hope that you're doing fantastic. Oh yeah, now we're a couple of hours into Friday. What about this over here? Oh yeah, okay. Nope, gotta get more thinner on that, I guess. There we are. It just needed some more thinner. So I hope that Friday has treated you well so far, 8th Gate. Hopefully Friday's been treating everybody. You know, maybe better than Thursday treated you. Now then there's these inside of these pants. Yep, this too. These aren't lights, it's actually a continuation of this. What else are we doing here? Yep, more of this. Yeah, I'm gonna do this here. A little extra line out there. Extra one up there. Nah, take that away. Try it again. Yeah, a little bit more light on these guys. Because those, now I'm seeing that those are rays. Learning more and more about the internal architecture of Galactica here. Blending brush, what can we use as a... No, that's got too much of a magenta on there. We'll just use this guy then. Fine. Our gun mounts over here. We need more of this. Same over there. Yeah, we need to lighten this up too for sure. Kind of like what we're doing over here. That's got to happen on this engine cowling here. That's awful dark there for a place that's supposed to be catching a bunch of light. Still going strong here. Expand this out a little more. And then we need to can clean these guys up here. A little bit of our latest color there. through here. I gotta make those less round, more square. The coal black, some of the indigo. In here. Fine, we'll darken up that some more too. Just gonna hold it this way, makes it easier to go about doing, well, that. Another little shadow that I kind of missed before, and now over here, this up against these. It's possible I've stuck my fingers on those a few times, and that's what's maybe taken away a little bit of my darker value right there. That should probably, oh, this needs a shadow too. Again, as I put that much darker color right there. Oh, yeah, these are definitely starting to sharpen up over here. This is another one. The dark is okay, but the edge got a little wonky there, so this is more of our edge contrast here. Oh, we never did. Here, let me do that film noir. I'm going to zoom out to do it also. So we zoom out. Edge contrast there. Sharp edges galore. Soft. Yep. There's light versus dark. Warm versus cool. Saturated versus unsaturated. There's also edge contrast. Don't forget about that. Fine, I'm going to darken this up again to sharpen some of these, and now this over here too. Remember, when I went back with the later stuff, these got a little bit more. Oh, I can zoom back in again, I suppose. So 8th gate. Hopefully you've got some fun stuff planned for the weekend, as far as maybe some miniature painting or printing or whatever, or just playing games. I still have to figure out how to get the War of the Ring tabletop simulator thing going. That is not something I've been able to figure out. Well, it's probably been well over a year or two since I last even tried. I'm going to do the same right here. Okay, now that's starting to stand out from our little space stuff there. And I'm going to try to also maybe either get that stuff lighter in there, or we got to go darker. We need one or the other. Let me try a little bit of the lighter first. Get some of my red in there. Yeah, boy, that really sticks there now too. That wouldn't have done that not that long ago. Had to be patient and let that stuff set. No problem there, Irid. No problem. Again, Irid, I hope everything works out with all those different situations there. I know that's very complex and not super fun to have to deal with. And everybody, please give Irid Canwife a follow. So, Irid, if maybe one more time before you do head off to sleep there, maybe share your links there, your Pinterest links, so people can give you a follow, and then be ready for Friday and Saturday streams when you'll be doing some more fabulous jewelry. So, Sea Dragon, have yourself a good night. Have yourself a good night. And we'll be seeing you on the Friday, Saturday streams for sure. Again, tomorrow's stream might be a little bit on the later side. I was hoping that could maybe be like a 10 o'clock start, but I don't think so. I think it would be later than that. Again, mostly because that little bit of a forced march that we're going to have to do, that's going to take some time away. So see you then, Sea Dragon. Again, sleep sounds super good to me, for sure. Oh, look at this. Even here, see a little bit of dry brushy stuff there. Look at that. Maybe some of that up here. And then again, we're going to be coming back with some of our smaller stars and such, where they've kind of gotten wiped out again. Because we can do that. And maybe a little some of that down here. Let me see. No, I need more of the this is what I need. This stuff. And you can see we're just kind of scumbling and dry brushing that on. Yeah, these are the golden maple brushes that are very soft. There we go. Okay, so we needed to continue some of that down into here. Actually, I'm gonna. Ooh, that might have been a little too much of the thinner I just added there, but that little edge right there, a little wonky. No, I'm gonna go more towards a full-on dry brush type of application here. Okay, yeah, here's our brush there. Now, yeah, Sea Dragon, I usually have some kind of a documentary type thing playing in the backdrop, or there is one audio book that I've listened to going to sleep at probably thousands of times now. Now we gotta start getting again some of our stars here, building those back. Where some of them got wiped out, we'll put them back. Also, too, probably a little bit more of our light one on this. Mr. Stark, I've always hoped that, well, if I'm listening to documentaries and other such informational things, you kind of hope that maybe you're retaining some of that, right, Mr. Stark? Because that would be very helpful if that were the case. Now, Now I'm going to zoom out a bit here. Actually, I'm also going to take me a quick picture over this. I don't think I've taken as many pictures as maybe we did, say, with Babylon 5. Boom. The irony of this, if it is, I can't put any of these things in frames because if I do, they can't really show them on stream now, can I? So that's it. I'm not just imagining that then, Mr. Stark. I mean, there's so if there's learning courses that you're supposed to learn while you were sleeping there, that's what you call multitasking, and that's a good kind of multitasking right there. Come on, no, never did get that one. Gotta get me. Whoops! Don't want to stick my finger on that one. I mean, it's still inevitable that we're probably gonna, I'm gonna smush some of these with my fingers. I need to, because that actually, that's not like the old BSG where these were just everything was very angular. The new BSG definitely had a little bit more of a curve to it. That sounds very good, Mr. Stark. Yeah, maybe we'll bring in a little bit of this too now. This other side, it needs a little, I'm gonna just, little indication that turn it down. This one too, sure. And in there as well. Catch that light. Oh, yep, I can see. I'm just going to have to simplify that. So, where's that magenta stuff? Maybe we can just use this brush to. Yeah, whatever shape is supposed to be in there is just a little bit too confusing at this angle. So, yeah, oh yeah, okay. I think I know what it is, but it just that can't be in here. Not with these angles. Now we need to do some stars over here too. Nope, those are a little too bright there, and too many of them. Also, too, this provides another form of edge contrast, right? Because you have these sharper dots and the stuff in the back here. Let's do a quick film noir one more time. Yeah, you can see that. I mean, that really magnifies your edge contrast by a bunch, doesn't it? I'm gonna lighten you up a little bit. Then we gotta get the edges of these. Hopefully that's not gonna be too much. Because this is actually sitting on top of, again, these girders. So we need to have. Okay, yep. Now, there we go. Now that looks like it has a bit of an interior there. Mr. Stark, film noir has value, doesn't it? It really does have value. It reveals all. You cannot hide from film noir, can you? Almost forgot to do bottom edges of those. All of a sudden, there, Mr. Stark, you mentioned the Chinese food. I'm thinking, wait a minute. If I'm gonna be walking all over the city, maybe I need to just go and grab myself some Chinese food after I get back. That is gonna be simplified there. Yep, I think simplifying that better idea. Which means I'm going to do that down here too. Well, we actually had to minimize some of our panel lines down there. Heaven forbid. No, that's a big old blob of something on the end of the brush. Let's get rid of that. Yeah. Now the sad thing is they're in opposite directions of each other. Yeah, that is not something sadly I could hit on the wheel. Yeah, I'd have to go past the house and then back around again. Now, same deal before. I think now those are, yeah, it's finally going to really stick there. Again, it's kind of like what we have there. We need to really lighten these guys up. I think it's been longer since I've actually seen BSG than since I last saw Babylon 5, now that I'm thinking about it. It might have actually been longer. Once again, trying to catch that late work in here. Maybe a little smidge of it in here too. And then some here. Maybe not as much of an outline right there. Oh, that sounds like a fun documentary there, Mr. Stark. Let me get rid of that line. Still trying to make sure that this over here. I'm gonna get that violet even closer to it. So we turn this baby around again. Whoops. Okay, I need this one then. Some of that magenta here. Let that mix with some of this stuff. Yeah. Now, I was almost didn't get. I almost got some thinner on there. I think I don't want the thinner. I think I want to do this again so I can just kind of do a dry brush type of a thing, and then we get our blending brush again. Oh, well, that sounds fantastic, Mr. Stark. All right, let's do another picture. And for right now, the place where all these little animation things are happening, that's on the Instagrams, but these might find their way onto, because I was actually thinking of doing a third YouTube channel for the Army Showcase videos, like the full length ones. Maybe I do some shorter ones and those go up on Instas or something. I don't know. I mean, I'd like to put them on there too. Uh, I'm pretty sure they let you have videos that are that long, like 2.5 minutes, 2.5, 45 seconds. So again, just do a little bit of that magenta there. It's shiny now. Won't be shiny. It won't actually take all that long for it to not be shiny because, well, alkids. So now I'm just kind of peeking this in between some of the stars there. So yeah, Mr. Stark, that is why I've been doing some of this. And this scene right here, is it this first one? Yeah, so this is basically the very end of the Easterling video. So when as it ends, that's what you're going to see on the screen. And then you can see my city background. What I want to do is have the camera kind of going through that. That's obviously an image that I created, but that is based on all of the Easterling terrain that I have been painting on and off stream. I've got, actually, if you check out Instagram, you can see I've got a bunch of the Easterling buildings there, and I have two colossal palace type buildings that I am in the process of painting, and those will also. Let's put it this way: I've got at least an 8 foot by 8 foot table of Easterling terrain, and one of the buildings is close to 3 feet tall. We may have some Easterling stuff here, just a little. Again, there's me magenta, and of course that is a translucent color, right? So that's going to work very nicely in those spaces. I've already got the Easterling song written up. I got a Harad song, Isengard, Rohan, Shire, Gondor. I even have Osgiliath. Oh, I've got to do an Arnor. That's right. I have to do an Arnor song. I'm all about the Civil War and everything. I'm not quite sure that it's going to be able to pronounce the name. I don't think it's, well, Rudar, it might be able to pronounce that. Cardolan will be simple enough. But Arthedain, it might have a hard time with that name. It's probably going to say unless I could write it out Dane instead of Dine. Come on, changing this just slightly, get some of that magenta there, and now let's see how that stands out. Look at that, didn't even wipe out the stars that are right there. Now, thanks, Mr. Stork. I actually have I already have the 6 Hobbit holes that we painted on stream, but I have printed out a massive 2-story Hobbit tavern. Yes, a 2-story Hobbit tavern. I basically have all of Moria printed out. Oh, I have Isengard, including the ring of Isengard. We've got Dead Marshes. We've got was the one of the latest things I printed was the where the race, not the race, but the where the hobbits were taken captive. The Barrow Downs. Yes, I got the Barrow Downs printed out now. Lothlorien, Fangorn, Erebor. That has all been over the last year and a half or whatever. Been printing all that stuff out. Yeah, I can't wait for it, Mr. Stark, because the camera is going to be going through the terrain pieces, and I was hoping that I little at certain places I could take essentially my like my Kamul, the Easterling on Fellbeast, and have that kind of animated in the background. Maybe not as a foreground element, but as a background element. So that would be actually flying in the backdrop of of the city there. So again, now we're starting to really get some of this magenta stuff going out here. Pains. No, no, that's our indigo Prussian blue. I guess I need some thinner here to kind of reactivate some of that. That's after doing this. Oh, this video right here. This is the latest one that I was filming here. I mean, this stuff is it's gonna take a long time to dry because this not alkids. That is not. There's some spicy colors on there, and also they ain't cheap because there's pearline, crimson, all kinds of stuff on that. Now, once again, with my darkest dark here, again, just gonna work around some of these stars too. There we are. Just gonna again filter in some of that really dark. We're gonna do it up here. Maybe a little bit of thinner, not a lot, a bit of thinner. Again, we only got a couple fingers on Mr. Brush here, and then we do this. Time to get some of that dark back in the corner over here. And oh, look at that. If we do it like a dry brush, you can see it kind of softens it out. We also have our blending brush here. Big old soft brush. Just a glorified craft brush, basically. Now you can really see how much darker that is. So Mr. Stark, I've been working towards these videos for years now. I mean, this is a multi-year project. The technology is just kind of now catching up to what it is that I was wanting to do. Whether that's the printing or the videos or whatever. There we are. This corner too. I haven't forgot about this corner. All the way up to the side of Galactica. You know, I might even have a little bit of it down in there. Where's that blending brush again? Now, Mr. Stark, well, when you consider the other thing I want to do, that Civil War and Arnor campaign, that's something that's Certainly not covered in any of the movies, right? But we'll cover it. Actually, Mr. Stark, I was just gonna go with Silly Marillion as the name of the channel. I'm not since nobody took Linseed Fellowship. I'm pretty sure that there aren't going to be a lot of YouTube channels called the Silly Marillion. I could be totally wrong about that, but something tells me I don't think there are a bunch. Again, just putting this really, really, really dark stuff out here now. Again, it almost looks like we used an airbrush or something, right? Well, we just used hairy sticks. Nothing but hairy sticks. I do believe that was the name of a famous drummer back in the day, but who knows? Nope, nope, nope. Let me get my liner brush to do that. There's another little this back in here, kind of what we were doing over there. All right, let's get that liner brush going again. Because this is another place I was kind of changing up the angles a little bit there. More. Not too much. Way, way, way back there. Now there's a. Ooh, here's another little weird, funky thing that we gotta fix up here. This one. Mr. Star, ultimately, too, the goal is to be live streaming games of MESPG, kind of done with our own rules, because we are incorporating the War of the Ring board game into that. Also, our Middle Earth War at Sea, because well, we got those big old ships, right? But yes, we're going to incorporate the War of the Ring board game. That means I'll be able to kind of use some of the event cards and the action dice from that game, and that's going to determine what happens in many ways. That's going to decide what kind of battles, if you want to call them, might be happening. Almost a little bit like using Battlefleet Gothic to generate some kind of a 40 case scenario. So they be sort of like a strategic AI, be a little bit of a strategic map or whatever. You would certainly have uneven battles, because that's how all battles are. Very, very, very seldom is it just, okay, we have exactly the same amount of stuff, let's go. Usually it's, do I have 10 times as much as the other guy? If the answer is yes, okay. Yeah, Mr. Stark, I was also hoping to make it somewhat interactive, where there's ways for the chat to kind of say, okay, well, maybe so and so character doesn't have any might left. We are going to give them some might points. Also, there might be times where I have the chat just kind of say, okay, you decide if so and so does this, this, or this. I mean, again, that's why I've been doing all this stuff. It's not to just sit in boxes where I can't see it and nobody can see it. Where do we at? Okay, oh, I did that. Didn't do this yet. Okay, fine. We'll get. Oh, I did these panels. That's it. I'm like, I did a bunch of these panels. What the heck? Oh no, it was a different set of panels. Here's those panels now. So for folks that cheer a lot of bits or whatever, it would be a fun thing for them to go. Well, all right, this is a very big decision here. It's up to you. What does Aragorn do in this situation? Does he try to pull off a heroic combat, or does he just kind of go over here and help out so and so? Mm. Oh, here, let me get some of this paint off of here. Now, I have to kind of use my knuckle there. You can see I might have put my finger on this once or twice here. But believe it or not, there's a few of these panel lines that I want to bring out just a bit more here. Thank you so much, Lecter's Kitchen. How you doing? Everybody, please give Lecter's Kitchen a follow. And of course, Lecter, if you wanted to, I know you just finished your stream, and I know you don't have photos of what you were doing just now. But if you have any work in progresses on that you want to share, that'd be fabulous. So after our birthday stream here last week with Babylon 5, that was last week, we decided, how about Battlestar Galactica? So this is the 2003, 2007 version right here. Yeah, a little bit of Battlestar Galactica. Of course, this is what we call Flat Thursdays here. Wasn't all that long ago we did a flat top for Flat Thursday. And then there's our other series of spacescapes like Space Balrog, Space Gandalf, Space Shadowfax, Space Lion, Spacescape. You get the you can sense a theme building, right? That's again, that's part of our Flat Thursdays here. Hey, this Mechanic Games, how you doing? And again, everybody please give Lecter's Kitchen a follow. Now, some of the other things we've been painting on stream, and this is very different. We call these the truffle lights or the fungus people. These are 3D printed from Arch Villain. Here's another one right here. So these are really wild. These things, my goodness. Thanks, Kanda. Appreciate that. So, Lecter, I know you probably have to head off to sleep there, or maybe the cats or something like that. Shall we say require? They say you human, we require your attention now. But thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. And again, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So, yep, this is what we call Flat Thursdays. We've also done a whole bunch of landscapes in Middle Earth. Lost track of how many times we painted the Shire, Minas Tirith. We've done Osgiliath, Isengard, Rivendell, Lothlorien. I mean, it is a Lord of the Rings channel, after all, right, Camda? But it's also a B5 and a BSG channel, too. And earlier we were talking about the Battlestar Galactica board game is by far my favorite board game. Really do love that. Absolutely love it. Because to me it's more of a role-playing game than it is a board game per se. I do believe that's out of print now. No problem there, Lecter's Kitchen. It did work. Now, hopefully, actually, Lecter wasn't that happening last week or something? Yeah, I could swear that was happening last week. Ah, yeah, Mr. Stark, I really do love that thing. Actually, Tom Zarek is one of my favorite characters to play in that game. Lecter's Kitchen. Now I know here what happens. Huh. So the internet company, they say, nobody needs the internet 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Let's just shut it down for about 2 minutes, and then we'll bring it back up again. It'll be great. And yeah, I wasn't sure if that was maybe some kind of mischief that they were doing to you there. There we go. All right, we have a bit more of a dark right along there. Let's see. So 3 hours and 51 minutes ago, this was just a blank board. We drew this thing out. We actually had some Vipers up here, and then I said, no, we're just gonna go Galactica here. And oh yeah, all of this done 3 hours 52 minutes, cause that's how we roll. So yeah, Mr. Star, I think I did play that one time. It was really weird because obviously I played BSG so many times, and then this was it. This was kind of like it was sort of like you say in the same vein because it's kind of the same system, but boy oh boy, that was weird and different. There was just enough things that were really different from how BSG plays. So thank you so much, Lecter's Kitchen. Appreciate everything. Can't thank you for the raid. Can't if you have to get off and go to sleep, take care of the kitties, all that kind of stuff. That's just fine. Oh, we're using our regular oil paints, by the way. Yeah, start to finish oil paints. Now, if you check out the Instagram there, we have there's some animations. You can see kind of step-by-step images of the paintings being done. Of course, lots of folks are convinced that, well, at least the start of them is watercolors. Rest assured, we are using the original watercolors. That would be oil paints. And these are right out of the tube here. I think now you could say we have 5 brands really at this point, but yeah, regular oil paints right out of the tubes. And get this. That is not the place I wanted that stuff to be. No problem there, Lecter's Kitchen. Again, sorry that it's been a hassle. Here it was a computer that had it was a failing hard drive. We thought it was the internet, but it turned out to be the failing hard drive. And it wasn't the main drive, it was a secondary drive. But some of my scenes and pictures were on that secondary drive, so then that was causing some strife, as they say in some ports. Now that I've redone this, guess what I get to do over here? I get to do more panel lines. Yep, that's that's the reward for cleaning up this area is doing more panel lines. We got more of them over here. Guess what? More of them over here. Because, not enough panel lines. Yeah, let me get back into my darker shadow here again. It's kind of like what we've got going on with these grids there. get the next couple of streams full on Easterlings. Our Armada Monday stream next week, we're going to get back into our 1/1800 scale ships. It's either going to be Royal Navy or we get back into this right here. So this will be our Armada Monday stream here, something along those lines. Tightening up that line. That got a little bit weird and kind of rounded there on the end of it. That's not quite what we want. And some of these panel lines, we're gonna. These are the ones that are really, really close here. We are gonna reinforce some of these. Not gonna be doing that back here. We're just kind of focusing on these up here now. Just straighten out that line. Again, our shop, this would be illuminated like this one here, but that's got the shopping mall in it, so not gonna illuminate that. Maybe, I guess a gift store, not so much a shopping mall. So Camda, you'll have to let me know, how you like a season 2 of Babylon 5. And I'm not going to say anything at all because I want you to just be able to discover all of it just by watching. I don't want to give anything away. I mean, you just don't worry. When Gandalf dies, he comes back again. So I'll reveal that about Bifa. There you go. I just gave the whole story away. Yeah. Now that looks more like this pot over here. Yeah, it was like, wait a minute, what is going on there? Also, too, I am going to try and lighten up. Either I got to lighten this up or darken that up. I'm going to try to lighten this up some more here first. Yeah. Let's do a little bit more of that now. I'm going to actually take the not radiant, but it's one of our not colors, right, Camda? So yeah, Camda, you'll definitely really enjoy that Londo Jacquard dynamic. And that, and then of course all the stuff with the non-aligned worlds and everything else. I was thinking about what about? No, I want just the magenta, the darker magenta back there. All right, we're gonna clean this edge up here too. Let me try this again. So we're gonna tilt you over. Oh, okay, I gotta get all that stuff out of there. Some of the magenta. There's some of our red. Nah, more of the magenta. Ah, there we go. Maybe, yeah, we'll use this as a smaller blending brush there. Okay, again, another edge that we just got that fixed up. Yellow. Come on, give me some of this white over here. And fine, we'll use that. To try and redefine that a little bit more. Back to our red over here, maybe. And let me see what we got going on here. Yeah, now it's starting to look a little bit like it's got some turn to it over here, though. Nope, that's too light now. Oh, there we are. I think that's the Goldilocks zone. Not too light and not too dark. Okay, because there was no distinguishing between this red over here. Actually, this is another bit. I might, here, let me get my gray. Some of that violet, mix it with the gray. Yeah, that's better. Now, what about over here? This is another bit. And then also in here. Bit more of that along that edge there. A little more of a kind of lighter slash mid-tone gray here. A little bit of something on that. See that? We want that. That's got to be relatively in shadow there. So we either have to go darker with that other side, or we need to lighten up our magenta behind. I'm going to just darken the other side. Let me see if that will work. We'll grab this. And we're just going to darken you down. Yeah, I think that might just be what we needed to do. Also, this here just should be a shadow. Yep, shadow there. Also, shadow there. Oh yeah, Cam, did you get to see that the one episode where basically everybody they do something that basically represents their planet? And of course, what Sinclair chooses to do is very, very different from what, say, Shakar does, or Delin, or Londo. Yep, let's do this. I'm going to try and darken up maybe a couple more of these. Ooh, that's way too much thinner. Way too much thinner. Let's get something a little bit more solid. Especially in here, because our panel lines, well, they kind of disappear right there. Now they've come back. Do a little bit of shadow on that thing there. Still trying to. Yeah, I'm gonna come back. I think. Yeah, let's come back with our dark to fix those up. We got this sitting right here. They're kind of going the opposite direction that these are. I'm gonna get rid of that last one there too. Other thing I was tempted to do. Let me see if this is actually going to work here now. Almost some reflected light here from our nebula, like there, and a little something there. So yeah, that would be a little bit of again, reflected light from the nebula there. I'm pretty sure. Oh, that's right. They do at one point in the show there. They're hiding in a nebula. I think at one point. That was there's some supply. Oh, that's right. There was like a supply station there. I think I must have stuck my finger over there or something like that. A little darker with the red. Maybe here we'll take this. Well, now that's too dark. Still too dark. That might work. Maybe that little slightly darker. It might just be the trick right here. Also darken that up a little. Let me see what happens with a little bit of the gray on this side here. I think that, yeah, that had just gotten too light. Oh yeah, we got to finish off our. Wait, look at this. We still have panel lines we can do. Because again, we did not have enough panel lines before. We're generating more panel lines. Nope, that is too much of the violet there. Actually, we're going to tip it over this way. It's the easiest way to make sure that these are all going to align together here is to do that. Again, it doesn't mean sticking my hand on there. Yeah, Roland, it's there's been quite a bit of panel lineage here, for sure. You know what? Actually, I might just do that. Here, let me get that much lighter again. Let's try this. And over we go. There we are. So yep, plenty of panel lines here. No shortage of those. Now this I need more of that mid-tone gray. Is this mid-tone enough or is it too... Nope, too light. That's what I was looking for there. Yeah, there's a... I'm just trying to think of any miniature that would have had, I mean, anything like this as far as these individual panel lines. I just can't think of a miniature. Now I can think of other paintings. I get like the Minas Tirith stuff. Unless, oh, maybe, I was going to say maybe one of our, nope, not one of our 1/1800 scale ships. That wouldn't have it. That was a little bit too small for that. And even on the vehicles that I don't, there's really not quite that many panel lines. So I get still kind of working with this in-between sort of gray here. A little bit of that back here, maybe again fuzz up some of those panel lines. Actually, Camden, what's with the Battlestar Galactica board game, you can only launch Vipers right from from the port one because the starboard one is out of commission. And well, usually the Cylons end up winning, mostly because we don't optimize stuff. I think people that if they just want the humans to win, they always take the exact same characters every single time and do the same things over and over again. Which is probably why the game went out of print, because too many people were doing that kind of stuff. I saw people, they even had charts on, and they would tick off what cards had been played and which ones hadn't. Actually, I actually have a couple of smaller versions of this, so I'm pretty sure this is the one that you're talking about, right, Mr. Stark? Yeah, I have some smaller versions of that. That's the FDM printed one. I know I painted the resin version once in a tutorial video. Can we work in a little bit more of our light back here on the where that's going to attach? Sure. Now this is a little jinky over here, a little loss of some edges there. Try to bring some of those back. Believe it or not, some of this is still the original, that original washi type stuff that we put out there. A little over 4 hours ago. I have to account for the drawing time here. Maybe make sure these are a little bit more circular. Some of them had gotten a little bit out of shape there. tone that one down a little bit. I think I gotta get back to some of my late stuff here, like my latest late. Now, did that go a little too far there? Maybe. And let me extend this one next to it, and then also there's this panel here. Another line there. This, ooh, that was about to get way too dark, I think, for what I wanted to do here. Yep, well, it's too dark. Let's go back a little. Nah, now we're there. And again, to clean all this stuff up here. This too. Back to my lightest light one more time here. Oh yeah, these definitely got to get refreshed a little bit here. Now that is I'm going to make sure that is going to read as being a shadow, again, cast by one of these. It's sort of like our Babylon 5 here, where the solar panels were casting some big time shadows here over the. So that's kind of this casting a shadow here, much like the big old solar panels were casting a shadow on B5 there. Yep, I want to try and get me a couple little lighter panel lines over here. What about these? What about these? Ooh, is that going to be too much paint on there? Yeah, that's going to be too much paint. I'm going to get rid of some of that. Yeah, that's better. Also, maybe I'm going to try and lighten this up even more here. I think that's starting to look like it's got a little bit of a little bit of interior glow there. The bristle end of the brush for some reason tends to work better than the wooden end. Sometimes we just have to remind ourselves of that. Okay, that's it. There's also another little funky shape in here. Also, that now makes this looks like it's got a little bit of the interior glow. Now there is interior light that is cast. I want to make it, yeah, see now it looks like it's casting that light onto the edge there. So again, the programming note for the Friday, Saturday streams, lots of Easterlings. There's going to be lots of painting marble, maybe some designs on the marble too, but for sure lots of painting of marble tomorrow and Saturday. Lots of gold, non-metallic, that's for sure. Ah, here is another. That should be catching a whole bunch of just, well, light back there. Oh, and more panel lines, because, we don't have enough of those. Clearly not enough panel lines. So let's add some more. Also, that edge got a little bit smushy right there. And now we got that a little bit tighter. Now I'm going to put some more of the stars out here because, again, I've kind of smushed some of them. Stuck my finger on them. I'm not going to bother doing the spatter stuff again. But having a couple of stars right near some of these edges to make that look like it's way down in the background. Yeah, Mr. Stark, we not only do we have well, all of us here, we each have our own kind of copies of the game, but we all have painted ships. So I know I did that for ours and for another friend's, and then another friend painted his. So yeah, all of the Vipers, and they're actually on, guess what? They're on the little BFG bases, right, with the little space capes on them. So yeah, all the ships are painted. All the raiders, all the heavy raiders. Oh god, what did the raptors, right? The scouts things. Let me work in some of this over here. Why did that doing the spattery thing really got some teensy tiny stars in there. So I'm trying to kind of reincorporate some of those. Now again, the magenta stuff kind of has that shiny look to it. That's just because it's still in the process of setting. So when we hold it like this, you can see it doesn't have that shiny look to it like it does this way. Yeah, Mr. Stark. Well, you wouldn't think that something like that would go out of print. Not back in the. We sure didn't think it was going to go out of print. Actually, Mr. Stark, I only have basically that and the Pegasus expansion. So I don't have any of the other ones after that because I think there was what, at least two other expansions right after the Caprica one. Well, I think it's really more referred to as the Pegasus expansion. So yeah, I don't even have those. I know we did one time. We played the super duper version of it with the 7 players, and the Cylons they were going to win because they had really just, well, they'd killed most of the humans several times, and it was a bloodbath. But then the Cylons all boxed each other, and the humans ended up winning. Because essentially the humans drew all of the bad kind of action cards or whatever you want to call them during the game, and it was that end phase when all of a sudden the Cylons got hit by one after the other, and they literally all boxed each other. Nice to see you there, Neshlin. Happy Friday. So appreciate you being here, Neshlin. So hope everything is going good there, Neshlin. It's as promised, painting ourselves some Battlestar Galactica here. And of course, it's been a panel line fiesta or festival right here, whatever you want to call it. More and more and more panel lines. 。 I suppose they were trying to bring out a couple of more panels over here too. Okay, that went. You know what? I'm just gonna get rid of these. There is just no way to have those be as straight as we need them to be. So we're just gonna get rid of those and simplify that. It's Panel Palooza on Panelstar Galactica, right, Mr. Stark? It's all panel lines all the time. Oh, thanks, Neshlin. Appreciate that. No, Neshlin, I know you saw the B5 one, and I was thinking, oh yeah, it was a lot of panel lines here. That's like minimal and almost non-existent compared to panel lines here, right? Holy smokes, man. So much appreciated, Neshlin. I got 4 hours 27 minutes ago. How much paint was there on this? Besides, well, none. We did the drawing. And again, there were some vipers that were gonna go up there, and then I said, no, we are not gonna do those. Guess what? We probably would have had to do panel lines on the vipers too. Oh, and of course, Neshland, I've been working on some animations for our Easterling army here. So that's actually a guy that we painted up on stream, believe it or not. That was I can't wait to get some like purpose made pictures for doing an animation. That was me just using whatever pictures I could find of him from years ago. Another thing we're gonna clean up here. Now that might have had one or two panel lines on it, right, Neshlin? I mean, not a lot, maybe just 1 or 2,000 million, something like that, I would guess. Talk about something where the panel lines have panel lines. It would probably be something like that. Okay, I think those are good now. This here, we're going to try to do something like that, something like this. Okay, now it looks like that's got, I don't want to say hollowed out, but it's got a space to it there. That's got to be pretty wild, and of course all the weathering and stuff on that, right, Neshlin? Those are matched up now, and gotta get rid of that one. Okay, fine. We got this. We will do that now. They're okay. That's all aligned now. That's fine. Let me do a wee bit of magenta again here. Hey there, Git. How you doing? Everybody, please get Painterly, get a follow. So, Git, are you about to get outside with Rascal there and do a little stroll through the early morning stroll through the neighborhood there? Neshlin, can you imagine all of the opportunities there for your weathering and such? So great to see you there, painterly get a little something like right down in there. So yeah, it's we're doing all the bees. We're doing all of the bees here. Who knows? Maybe if I can find some again, because I found all that space above and beyond stuff that I'd done way back in the day. Now there's a show again that not a whole lot of people have heard of. Now I thought so. Painterly get and again get if you, before you do that, if you want to share some stuffs, please go ahead. Sorry, Git, I should have mentioned that earlier, but the brain is definitely in semi-functioning mode, as in like even the autopilot is more functional than what we got coming out of the brain right now. There's our yeah nice little darker edge on that thing. Oh, that's over here. No, I got more of a violet here. There was that one. Yeah, that one got a little bit too far down there. We'll get. Here's hoping that. I mean, it does. At some point, it eases up, and you, like you say, you can get back into doing some of the painting there. I mean, I guess if that was something that happens, I'm sure you have a bunch of things that you would probably want to start up again. Let me get some of that dark over here. And some of this is still our original kind of watery color. That's still right there. That's kind of the original watercolory stuff. Some of it up here is still the same thing. So initially, there's just the paints that have the alkyds in them. I can't use the alkyd medium because well the one thing it does for sure is it makes them all super shiny. So that's obviously that's not going to show up on camera at all, right? So I don't use that. But you've got these different paint now. These are the two primary alkyds here. There's the Griffin, and oh here we go. So these are the two primary alkyd type paints. So that's the Winsor Newton, and then that's the Paul Rubens. So those are both, again, those are both alkyd-based paints. Otherwise, it's just regular old oil paints. And you pretty much just have to let them go. Like these fungus people here, because you basically have nothing but cadmiums, cobalts, and Egyptian violet and all that kind of stuff. These are going to take a long time to dry, because again, it's a curing process, right? The only way you can basically kind of speed that up again is with that alkyd resin stuff. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Painterly Git just shared. Now if you get back into the painting, see what I did there? Would you also be streaming some of it, or is it just nah? Let me just paint on my own here before I try to jump back into the streamiverse there. Once again, another dark that needs to happen there. We have not forgotten our panel lines over here. Yes, because, panel lines. So yeah, Neshlin, the Paul Rubens, the nice thing about those is that you can get those anywhere on Amazon. So we kind of call them the universal paints because you can, again, folks that maybe can't get the Williamsburg, the Gamlin, whatever, they can get their hands on those. Thanks for doing that, Mr. Stark. And everybody, please give Painterly get a follow if you could. Well, that's fantastic, Painterly get. I know we've talked about that on the Monster Dens thing there. That the streaming can be in some ways a little bit of a motivational deal there. Oh, for Heavy T. Now get. Now that's okay. I was thinking for a second that was one of the Knuckle Dusters miniatures there, but so yeah, Neshlin. Well, the other thing that we've kind of understood here is that for folks that are new to the oils, the alkyds can be much more forgiving. Because if you do that thing where you pile on too much paint, which is pretty much 200% of everybody that's doing oils for the first time, that's a way to be able to not quite be penalized or whatever straight out of the gate. Because again, the fungus people there that are still drying, well, that was understood that was going to happen because again, 3 different colors of cobalt, 4 different cadmiums. I mean, that is insane. But that's just kind of the point behind it, was to really, really show, okay, you want to use this stuff. Here is kind of the thing that comes along with it. I also was doing the staining, the pre-glaze Michelin on all those. Yeah, so that was the other thing too, is people, they kind of thought I didn't do pre-glaze anymore, and I said no, well, you can't do pre-glaze with the oh, that's the other thing, Michelin. Yeah, you can't do pre-glaze with the alkyds. The alkyd stuff, it just basically removes the staining property of paint. I mean, it's not like it won't stain at all, but nowhere near like what it would just normally. So see you later there, Camda. Appreciate you being here. And well, Camda, hopefully I have some more little animations for you. And again, based on how well those worked, I've got some Book of Wapple animations now that I think I can do. Actually, what I want to do is if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. Actually, those stickers are on the way. Actually, Armored Wolf, it would be very ironic if those showed up tomorrow, because they're showing up via the post office. Okay, yeah, I'm going to extend that further down a little bit more. Okay. Now, again, even not all of these are alkyds, and with the Easterling miniatures, there will probably be some non-alkyds on there too. What was interesting was discovering that, well, we have the line of not alkyd or not radiant colors. So this is all from the Paul Rubens. I don't know if you saw that video there, Neshland, that we did on. Well, we did 3 of them on these, but essentially we got radiant green, radiant violet, radiant blue, and then we kind of tacked on a few other essentially radiant colors, which means we get kind of the benefit of, say, the Gamlin Radiance. But 2 things, again, they will dry faster, and also the folks that cannot get Gamlin paints, they can most likely get those. So, and of course, availability is the best ability. Actually, next one, if there's anything that you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead. I don't know if you had a chance to do that yet, but if you want to share stuff, please go ahead. I'm wondering, panel line, 5 more panel lines. Actually, a lot of our other 2D paintings, yeah, there was definitely not a whole bunch of alkids on this one. Yeah, that was these were actually a lot of genuine. Oh yeah, there was cobalt teal bluish on this, and Puro orange. So these some of these spacescapes have been downright pricey, as in massively pricey. Sharpen up you. A little bit of that down there. Let me see what else is happening here with this stuff. Yeah, this panel there is just kind of like what we have over here on this side of Galactica. Now, there are a couple of these that I am going to reinforce here a little bit, I think. Well, it's in our shadow area. That's why I'm thinking about doing that. Now, but Mr. Stark, I'm glad that the oils have been fun for you. I really hope, like Neshlin, same thing there, right? They're just kind of relaxing, right, Neshlin, because you're not fighting against a clock. You just say, well, okay, well, I'll come back to that area if I need to. I'll just blend that out, right, Neshlin. You don't have to kind of just think, oh, I got a few seconds here. Everything is fast, fast, fast. Got to go boom, boom, boom. But again, with this, you can kind of take your time a little bit more. Just be nice and chill. I mean, regular life has plenty of running around, right, Neshlin? Don't need to tack on more. Okay, I think that I don't want to do too much more back there. Actually, no, I'll leave those little guys in there. Ooh, that's it. Almost forgot. Now I gotta go back to some of my kind of mid-tone gray here. Like this. Almost forgot that. Not too light. Yeah, okay, there we go. Neshlin, I mean, all kidding aside with the, we joke about the oils being the original watercolors, and I really do. It's much easier to do genuine watercolor stuff with the oils than ever was with the watercolors. It's crazy. It's absolutely nuts. Now let me equalize these guys here. So we got those two. I might still have to clean those up a little bit more, but these guys. Ah, Okay, yeah, that now that's what we wanted to see there, I think. Anything lighter there, sure. Also a little something over there. Nice. Still would like to get, let me see if I still have my, yeah, we have to break this down a little bit here. This our white here. There's a couple of these panels that I really want to get much lighter here, but it's going to take a little bit of thinner to break this stuff down here. So everybody check out that is that Insta link? Yeah, the Instagram link that Mr. Stark just shared. Again, some fabulous oil painted stuff there. Actually, Nishant, I think I don't know if you saw that dog portrait that I did. Was it last weekend? Because well, hours later I was going to be putting in the person's hand, so I had to use acrylics on that. It was interesting because some folks would look at it and say, "Oh, you must have done all the same oil watercolory stuff," but I couldn't go back and kind of wipe away paint like what I was doing here. All this stuff is so much softer, so much easier. That would have been a whole lot of extra work with the acrylics for sure. But sometimes you just gotta use the acrylics. It is what it is. Actually, on some of the Easterling terrain, I'm going to actually be a little test on the, what was it, the dipping inks. That's right. Because they don't really go through the airbrush. Kind of found that out the hard way. Well, I mean, it wasn't the hard way. We were testing it and said, nah, they don't really go through there all that well. So we're going to try those again in a different way on the Easterling terrain. But I think now as we get real close here to 5 hours, and it is now getting close to 4 a.m. in the morning here, which means it is getting to be food time. This is where we say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and the raids. We had some of those too. Now I think Armored Wolf, as always, doing the moderations. And we're going to appreciate everybody hanging out with me as we do a little more of our sci-fi extravaganza here. Because, sci-fi stuff. Also ships. Believe it or not, yes. I mean, technically, all of our June stream, they've all been ships. I think, well, the exception maybe our Hobbit hole there. So yeah, Neshland, that was, I mean, it was dry within seconds. But I was doing it in such a watercolor fashion that even the acrylics were staying wet reasonable. I mean, obviously not even like the Elkids, of course, but there was so much of the kind of watercolor technique going on. So thanks so much, Mr. Stark. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. So again, there is. Well, here let's do one last film noir. One last film noir to show again the edge contrast and what that does. Look at that. Because that stuff behind it really just kind of disappears, and all those panel lines, all those sharp edges, guess what? They all jump right out at you. So again, we will be doing Easterlings on our Friday, Saturday streams. I've got quite literally 22 Easterlings all prepped up and ready to rock and roll. So I'm gonna get this rate count underway here. There we are. So yeah, this was super fun here. Uh, well, we can always paint Pegasus too. We can have all the battle stars. So thank you so much, everybody, and I will see you tomorrow.